Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Mic sounds quiet. It's not the mic's fault, okay? It's my fault. Chat didn't stream yesterday because I felt like fucking ass, and um almost decided not to stream today because I still feel like fucking ass. My head hurts. Ouchie. Can I get a ouchie in the chat? um God, yeah. But yeah, so I think we're back to no cam stream for today, cause yeah, it ain't, yeah, it's one of those days, you know. Thank you for all the ouchies, I appreciate them. We can bring this back. Agreed. Why is Genshin not getting captured right now? Oh, please, fucking, oh no. Oh no. Why is Genshin not getting captured right now? Why? Okay. We're fine. Saved. I can't believe you tweeted a 6-7 meme. It wasn't me. Chat, what if I just say that's the tweet Nick forced me to tweet? Would you guys believe me? I would never tweet this of my own volition. It wasn't me. Anyways, chat. Yesterday, I logged in, I condensed my resin, and I logged out. Do you mind looking at this 4-star only clear on Dire? Is this a Rickroll? What am I about to look at? It's not? Oh, okay. I thought this was like a full clear, but it was just field generator. Okay, yeah. That's crazy though. I'm not good enough for that. Why is bro awake right now? Because I reset my sleep schedule, kind of. It wasn't a real reset because I didn't really like stay up the whole night. I just like spent 30 hours sleeping yesterday. Because my head was hurting a lot, so I just stayed in bed and like drifted off to sleep, and then woke up, and then drifted back to sleep. Anyways, I'm gonna pour myself a little bit of coffee. I have to narrate these things because I don't have a camera today. I'm pouring coffee right now. Wow. This coffee sure do be looking hot and tasty. Can you say a drink is tasty, chat? Is that like a an adjective that functions to describe drinks? Yes. You do taste it. That's true. That's true. You do taste it. Um so I'm not that good of a player, right? A lot of my Slay the Spire time was spent on low ascension just having fun. But I did start taking the game a lot more seriously this time around. Because I have phases where I play it and then I stop playing it. Um, Honestly, the two best pieces of advice I can give you for Slay the Spire are one, um, and this is something that's going to be the same for any sort of game that has strategy elements. The best way to like get better at it quickly is to watch someone who's good at it play. And the second thing is just limit test. When you're not sure whether or not you can do something, try it, and if you die, start over and try again. Any recommendations for Slay the Spire content creators? I only watch one. Because, like, as much as I like Slay the Spire, I don't care that much about becoming really good at the game. Like, I'm already good enough at the game that, like, I can have all the fun I want. So when it comes to like content I watch, I care a lot more about just being about it being content that's entertaining to me than I care about it being like educational. So I only really watch Frost Prime. Um Although if I did care about watching content that's educational, I would still be watching Frost Prime. True. Very true. That's yep. Oh, that's okay, lad. I don't mind. But yeah, and like don't get too discouraged if it takes a while for you to learn. It's supposed to. How are you so good at stall games if you're not an English major? That's true. I am really good at stall games. That is not mooning books. Is today the Dubai books? What are they again? Is it gold? Gold? No, it's the Itlua books. Oh. Damn. Yeah, I'm not really gonna level that. I'm not gonna level that character, I don't think. Spotify? Oh, yeah. Chat, maybe today is a UID review kind of day. Because I feel like my thoughts keep getting distracted by my fucking headache. Like, I'm having a thought and then I get really ouchy in the head, and then I just stop thinking for like 5 seconds, and then I forgot what I was thinking about. And I feel like with UID reviews, that doesn't matter that much. But before that, we gotta spend a resin. . And we gotta figure out where we spend our resin. Do I just condense resin 2 more times so I don't have to think about that today? Wait, that's so smart. Huge. You can pre-farm Lewis boss. I'm not leveling him, though. So I don't think so. I genuinely don't understand the Columbina changes. Honestly, half of the Columbina changes is... I don't know. I think long term it's probably not a good idea, because they're probably gonna power creep every fucking archetype to the point where the lunar carries that don't have Columbina are kind of ass. So I'd probably just stick to one of them. What was I saying? See, this is what I mean. I don't know what I was saying before. Now I forgot. You distracted me. Frick you. Columbina leaks, right? Yeah, I feel like the confusion because the confusion from the Columbina like changes is straight up just a translation issue. Cause like, let me go fucking find them. Right, like none of these changes are actually doing anything. Okay, like that's what we gotta understand. Okay, none of these changes are doing anything. These are just range changes and AoE size changes. Okay. Wait, important to do this. Yeah. But they say change from 5 single target hits to AoE damage. But like, why mention that it's 5? That like you're just making people confused. I've seen a lot of people think that this means that it's changing from 5 single target hits to 1 AoE hit. It's not. It's from 5 single target hits to 5 AoE hits. I don't know why they mentioned that it's 5 here. It's just creating confusion. Are they stupid? I think they are. Fucking word count William over here, man. Holy shit. Stop including superfluous information in here, man. Word of the day, superfluous. Yes. What about the Varka leaks? I haven't seen those. Is it another Varka oiled up leak? I feel like most of the Varka leaks we've had are just like people talking about about Varka's ass. 5 AoE hits is even worse now since Llama Quills disappear super quick. I mean, if you're in AoE and your AoE isn't hitting in AoE, that's not better. Like, what? Like, when you're in AoE, you want to hit all the enemies. You don't want to, like, not hit all the enemies. What kind of stupid... Are you dumb? Are you fucking... See, Chad, my headache is so bad right now that I almost reverted to like pre-woke Zajef. Like I was about to pull out the Arsler right there, man. Holy fuck. Dude, that's dude. Okay, we gotta fucking take a second. Okay, we gotta take a second. Jesus Christ. Oh, three wogs and Jeff is crazy. Yeah, man. Interleague player trying to come out. Yeah, I know. I know, man. I know. Okay. Where do I? When was your pre-woke era? I'd say, in terms of like behavior, it ended towards the end of high school. But in terms of like vocabulary, it persisted for a while. Anyways, where do I spend my resin? Chat, help. Oh, also we're doing IT today because we kind of have to do it soon. Like, am I really just fucking doing ley lines again? How many am I at on this account now? It's in Hero's Journey, right? No. Yes. 154. That's really not that many, huh? Farm artifacts. I feel like I don't really want to. Is that true? Yeah, because was this the account where I already had the good Columbina build? It was, right? Like what? I have this right now, right? Like this is my Columbina gear right now. Like, are you really telling me that you think it's gonna be resin efficient for me to farm this set anymore? Like, no, it's not. No, the fuck, it's not. So I'm gonna wait for the new set to come out and I'll farm that instead. How's your codex? It's still pretty pathetic, actually. I could farm codex. Alright. Like, my pieces, other than Sands, are pretty good individually. But because I'm fucking Tidal Shadow, I'm stuck to Tidal Shadow. I'm not that close to 100 crit, which is gonna feel awful to play. Right? Because it's not a crit rate weapon. And because my pieces have so much crit rate, I can't run crit damage or crit rate circlet without overcapping. And it's kind of hard to get to 100 crit rate on Mawika. Without a crit weapon. Or a crit rate circlet. Can I buy you a battle pass? That shit of Mawika is irritating to see. No. Can you even buy other people a battle pass? No. Ha! L. You can't force it on me. Okay, chat. How much of an increase is refining this Tidal Shadow? That's a good question, actually. I don't know. It's probably a pretty decent increase, right? Because it's like plus 24% attack, right? If I refine it. That's like 5 substat rolls. That's not bad. But it's like, in the long term, she's not going to stay on this forever. And I don't know, man. Maybe I should still do it. Because what else am I going to use my billets on? When do you even proc passive? Hope the Eons on healing lines up. That's what's happening. Like that's what we do. We just pray and hope. Is this shit even the best 4-star you could use? I mean, what else can I use, man? Fab, Rain Slasher, Flame Forged Insight, Snow Tomb, Star Silver, Sack, The Bell, Blood Tainted Greatsword. Like, yeah, it is the best thing I can use. It is what it is. Rain Slasher is probably better with Swing. So honestly, you might be right. No event weapon. This is a relatively new account. It wasn't playing when this account wasn't made when that mailed flower event came around. Craft Earthshaker. Surely it's better. I mean, Earthshaker is just Tidal Shadow. Like whatever. Anyways, am I just? I don't want to do this shit, man. It's so cringe and boring. But like, it's what I should do. We're just praying for a new event weapon that works. I mean, I can always just end up going for Sig at some point, right? Like, this is not an account that does not consider 5-star weapons. And even if I don't go for Sig, I will get some characters Sigs on this account. So, I might always lose a 50-50 to a Claymore, or just end up getting a Wolf's Gravestone. Like, Seatlali rerun with Varka? No, because I wouldn't want to get Seatlali's Sig. Nah, never mind. I don't know, then. Isn't Wolf's Gravestone bad? I mean, do you think it's worse than Tidal Shadow? Like, yeah. Wolf's Gravestone is pretty bad if you have Serpent's Spine or Mailed Flower, but if your best bet is Tidal Shadow, then if I could use it. Honestly, maybe I should level these talents so the shield takes a bit longer to break. Or maybe not. I don't think I need to improve my Flynn's build anymore. Like, it's not amazing, but it's good enough. Like, Inefa's carrying the team anyways, right? Why? Like, let's just focus on getting her a good build. So then the question is, do I craft a shovel for her? Maybe that's the play. Maybe that's what we should do. Get a shovel and level it. Do you need to quest to get unlock shovel? Or can you just buy it? You can just buy it? With ores, though? Is shovel better than Missive Windspear on Inefa? Depends on the team, depends on the rotations. But I think with Columbina, you care a lot more about Inefa personal damage, right? You care less about the extra damage you get from using Inefa's burst on Flynn's. So I think you want to focus more on just having or maximizing the personal damage instead of having burst every rotation. I don't think I've ever spoken to this NPC before, by the way, on either of my accounts. Okay. I wasn't looking for a fucking... Okay, whatever. Wait. Do I have to do this? Yeah, okay. So... Prospector's Shovel. I can buy it. Hello. Oh. Cool. Yeah, I mean, if you send it when I do the UID reviews later, I might take a look at it. I don't really want to do paid reviews today, though, so you're just gonna have to get lucky. Am I making a shovel, chat? Like, is it really truly better than Fav? Like, that's the real question. Right, with a C1 Flins, is it really truly better than Fav? When you go Fav on Bina, I am going Fav on Columbina, yeah. Also, why do I have 740 of these? Oh, this is what you get from the mining expedition in Nodcry, isn't it? Let's see, that makes sense. I was like, what? But no, that makes sense, actually. Who does Inefa run with? As far as we're aware, she's supposedly running with Zabai. And I really don't care about Zabai's signature on this account. Why even send people on mining expedition, not just Mora? For the 10 mine 10 rocks battle pass thing every day. You have to have at least one character on a mining expedition. Otherwise you have to go manually mine the rocks, and I'm not doing that. Okay. You can still max battle pass easily without it. That's assuming you do all the stuff you're supposed to do, but I often don't. Alright, fuck it. Let's buy Prospector's Shovel. And let's make one. I hope I don't need to use a solvent to make the billet. Nice. We're just gonna make one for now. We don't need to have it refined. I just want to have the weapon so I can level it already. Who's the shovel for? Inefa? Yeah, it's for Inefa. Alright, what are the materials we need? Oh, that's a new thing I haven't seen before. This is my first, I think this is the first weapon from Nalcry I level, right? I don't think I've even been in the Nalcry weapon domain, have I? Maybe I've been in it once. I did level Spindle Loot, yeah. Did you... But I only leveled it to 70. Did I even go in the domain? I might not have, actually. I might have straight up not entered the domain. Where are they? Or where the fuck are they? There. At least 2 procs, please. Nice. I don't think this is enough anyways, though, right? We're still 1 away, right? From level 80. Because we need 6. Yeah. And this is today. So now the question is, do I actually farm this, or do I rely on the next... Actually, is there even a new region next patch? I don't even know. That's how little I pay attention to non like character leaks. Yes? Okay, bet. So like, what if I just rely on the new region's exploration for the materials, right? I could just do that. Because, like, how often do I even level up weapons? Like, no joke. What was the weapon? I don't even know where it is. Yeah, okay, it's this. What's even here? Do I even... Oh, you can't take a look at what's inside the domain from here, right? What's the enemy here? How many times have I been in this domain, like, ever? Can anyone tell me what enemy's here? Like, have I ever been here? 2 lava things? That's not the right one. That's this one. Wait, so I'm not the only one then. I'm not the only one then. You guys are also weapon skippers. It's the UFO thing, the secret source. Oh. Yeah, have I farmed this domain a single time? Actually? I might have literally never entered this domain. For Earth, I did get Earthshaker, that's true. That's true, that's true. So I probably did enter this then. And Eshu, but I don't think I had to enter this domain for Eshu. I remember grinding the last levels of the Ta of Ta so I could get the materials for Eshu without having to enter this domain. No, I feel like free-to-play players rarely if ever need to enter artifact domains other than the Mondstadt one, because the Mondstadt one is what you need for FAF. Fuck those icicles. That's not the weapon domain either. Weapon domain is the Hydro one. They nerf that one so much. It used to be really annoying, but now it's a joke. The talent one is also a lot less bad than it used to be, but it's not that. It is still kind of ass, right? All right, chop. How long do I have on these actually? Do I have to use them this week? 5 days. Eh. Hmm. Oh boy. Oh well. I can see the profound intellect in your eyes today. Oh. Maybe I should do the streams like this more often then. Anyone want to fucking bash me in the head with a hammer so I get headaches more often? That would be appreciated. Ooh. What the fuck? Holy shit. We got 1, 2, 3 Ford. What the hell? No, that's fucking crazy. Okay, now here I'm gonna showcase my genius. Okay, chat? In order to get the weapon fully leveled from this point, right? We need 6 purples, and then it's 4 golds, right? It's if I remember correctly, for the last level, it's 3 for 3 star, 4 for 4 stars, and 5 for 5 stars, right? It's 6 for 5 stars? I don't give a fuck, man. That's whale bullshit anyways. Who cares? Anyways, so, if we look at how many I have right now, right? I mean, okay, this part we can just fucking send, right? Like, at least up until this. Oh, that's close. Eh, whatever. So, if I use 6 of these, right, I'll have 8 left. And once I have 8 left, right, I only get 2 attempts at proccing Mona's passive. And if I don't proc Mona's passive, I have to go back to the thing anyways. Wait, am I an idiot? No, I need 4, not 3. Okay, yeah, this isn't gonna work anyways. I'll need to do more anyways. Wait, no, because I already have 1. Yeah, okay. Let's keep yapping. Right? But yeah. So, if I level the weapon right now, I'll have 8 purples left, so I only have 2 chances. But if I wait and I craft these first, I now have 3 attempts, and if the third one happens, then we already have enough. Which means that the optimal play here is to craft before leveling. And as long as Mona doesn't do... as long as biblical level greed... Okay, but if I level first and then craft, like, what changes, really? I still have to go back to the domain, right? Yeah, whatever. Actually, let's actually see if we get rewarded for it. Right? Why do you use 25 and not 10% passive? What 10% passive would you like me to use, man? But in this case, I'd still use Mona, even if I had the 10% passive. Because in this case, it's not about what is averaging a higher yield of extra drops. It's a yes-no of, do I have enough to level 90 the weapon? And if I get one Mona proc, I have enough to 90 the weapon. And the Mona proc is more likely to happen than the 10%. Anyways, so first we do this. If we get the thing here, then our min-maxing didn't do anything, because we got lucky enough anyways. Okay, we got lucky enough anyways. Well, whatever. Oh, I still need those, though. Oops. But I probably have them. We gotta use Sucrose because she's my goat. Has nothing to do with what's optimal. Well, that's on me, I guess. I brought this upon myself, I suppose. Wait, chat, do you guys want to know what the actual real 5-head strategy is? The real reason why the 10% is better than the 25%? Because with the 25%, if you get the refund, you still have to spend the more to craft the next one. But with the 10%, you don't. That's the real reason why the 10% is better. Plus 50. Anyways, time to fucking lose like 500k more leveling this weapon. Minus 45k. Minus 250k. Ah, my money. It's fine. Alright. Inefa's got a shovel now. Will we actually be using this shovel? Not really, honestly. Not until we get Columbina. Because right now, the Fav on Inefa gets me to the breakpoint I need to get I Know Burst in one skill. This is not a shovel. Dude, I can only imagine you go outside, right? Right after the first snow of the winter, okay? There's like 6 inches of snow outside, right? You open your door in the morning and you just see your neighbor fucking come out of his house with this fucking supposed shovel in his hands and start fucking stabbing the snow. Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. Can we react, Andy, to the new Furu 4-star only vid? Maybe later. Perhaps. Okay, we're gonna have to do this, and we're gonna have to do this on this account as well, but I don't want to do that today. I think today we'll do IT on main, but I think the main thing today is... I think the main thing that we're gonna do today is UID reviews. Or the UID reviews help only? Do I want to accept flex reviews? Okay, chat, I'll tell you what. I will accept flex reviews with an asterisk, okay? You can request a review if you have a really good build, but only if you specifically need to know, like, if you specifically want some advice on, like, what you should use an elixir or a feather on to, like, improve your already really good build. Alright, chat. You know what? Let's fucking get started. Let me open Enka. So, for the UID reviews today, all you're gonna have to do is send your UID in chat. I don't want to do, like, really long UID reviews. I don't want to do, like... I don't want to do UID reviews where I look at every single character from someone. But, like, I can do one team or something. So, I want you to send your UID and what you want me to look at in your message. In the same message. If it's two separate messages, too bad for you. If you want me to look at a team instead of just one character, you need to have the full team displayed. Otherwise, I'll just look at one character. And yeah. Let's get right into it. Okay. So this is a main DPS Columbina build that is placeholdered on Yelan. No, it's not. I've been lied to. It's not placeholdered on Yelan at all. Unless this is their main DPS Columbina. That's not their main DPS Columbina build. I have it on Akasha. Okay, well, you need to have it on fucking Anka. But I guess I didn't say that initially, so fine. That says 360, which isn't a good sign. I don't like the UI for Akasha nearly as much as the UI for Anka, man. Let's refresh, hope it works. Dies of cringe. Okay. But yeah, so you have 4 rolls of crit. And I really don't like this UI at all. 4 rolls of crit, 2 rolls of EM. It's a 6 roller. It's not bad. Like, why are you using Yelan as your placeholder? Like, I don't know what weapon she's gonna be on. She's gonna be on Seg? Okay. So... how much extra crit rate do we get on Colomina? It's 15 and then 30, right? So it's 45. And then is Yelan crit Ascension? Is she crit rate Ascension? She is, right? I think she is. Anyways. So that means we're just getting plus 45. So at 100 crit, pretty much exactly. The flower is quite good. You have a lot of ER, which I don't know how to feel about. Like, it's not bad, but it's not, like, great either. I think your build is held back by your sands, honestly. Because you're at 100 crit, and I feel like it's making you use pieces that are so bad on Feather. Mainly on Feather, honestly. Like, your Feather is just so awful. Like, it is a 9 roller, technically. But when you're playing main DPS Colomina, I assume... Actually... I mean, you said main DPS, so I assume you're playing with Llama, because it's not exactly main DPS if you're playing with Inefa. But, like, Colomina's burst as main DPS isn't that important, so the ER isn't that good. And then, with Llama specifically, EM and HP also lose a lot of value, because the part of Colomina's damage that's dealt through Llama Quills is... It only scales with Colomina's crit. It doesn't scale with her HP or her EM. So what you have in terms of what is actually increasing the large majority of Colomina's damage on this feather specifically is 2 low rolls of crit. Like, I'm sure you can realize that's really bad. What I would recommend doing, because right now you're on 5 piece, right? I think your circlet is good enough. Your goblet isn't amazing, but it's not awful because it's an onset goblet. I think right now your 2 problem pieces are Feather and Sands, right? Sands because it caps your crit by itself, and Feather because it's just low quality. So if you have an off piece that has a fuck ton of crit damage, you can use that. If you don't, I'd probably go off piece Sands. And just use something that has a lot of CV on the Feather that you would be able to do if you're not overcapping crit just from the Sands, right? Because, like, right now, you only have crit rate on Sands and Circlet. Circlet has to have crit, so it's not like you can really improve on that by going for a different stat. But the Sands doesn't. Anyways, isn't Hydro Goblet bad here? Hydro Goblet is about as good as HP. If you have an HP Goblet with better stats, you can use that. But if you don't, then it is what it is. Should I put the feather I have on Hu Tao and change Sands? Let me take a look. I mean, just putting this on even without changing Sands is an upgrade. Even if these 2 crit rolls are wasted. If you pretend like these 2 crit rate rolls aren't there, this piece is still already an upgrade. But then if on top of that you can also use a Sans that has a bit less crit rate and transform these two crit rate rolls into actually useful rolls, then that would be even better. All right, next. Oh god. See, this is a problem with UID reviews. As soon as I say next, chat starts moving too fast for me to read. Okay, this is an interesting question. Inefa, oops, forgot to paste. Inefa, will farming the new set be better? I need to actually remember the names of the people I'm reviewing so that if they say additional messages in chat, I'll okay. Luke Cass. That's yeah. Anyways, they said Inefa, will farming for the new set be better? Oh. Oh. Okay, so this is the problem with not having a cam is you guys don't get to see what that my eyes widened. But my eyes did widen. um that's a really fucking good build. And the annoying part about it is that it's not really transferable to Columbina because all your good pieces are relatively heavy on the amount of attack percent they have. Right? Both your flower and feather, the reason they're so good is because they have a bunch of attack. Realistically, right? If you're going to be playing the Flynn's team, even if Inefa doesn't go on the new set, if you have Serenade on Inefa, what set is Columbina going to have? If you have an insane TOM, I guess I should check. Okay, you have an insane TOM, so maybe what the fuck is this, bro? Yeah, you know what? Fuck the new set. Bench this fraud, put her gear on Columbina, and don't waste your resin. I mean, okay, I say that, but like, actually no. This is the off piece. Because I was gonna say your goblet isn't particularly good for Columbina because her hero requirements won't be that high. But this is the off piece, so you're probably gonna be fine. But maybe your circlet might be a problem. And there is a world where you don't want to go ER Sends depending on what weapon you give Columbina. But fuck, your feather is so good, man. Personally, I don't think I would farm for the new set as a high priority. No. It's not something that you can't do, right? Like if you don't have anything else that is like a high priority for you, then I mean, eventually farming for the new set will be worth it. But it's going to take a lot of resin to even be an upgrade over what you have. So, if you have other things you want to do, I'd focus on those first. I'm not going to go through all of your things, but like let me try to find a build that could see easy improvement. Like maybe this feathers dog shit enough to warrant farming for that. It's not that it's not bad, but like it's not amazing either. But you have Durin, right? So you might want to farm for the new set for the witch set anyways. Yeah. Honestly, I think you should go for the new set. But like if you get if you get really lucky on the witch set and you end up having a really good year for Durin before you find a good Morningstar set for Inefa, you don't have to stick to it. You can move on. That's what I would say. Then I don't get to use the weapon he has. I mean, 20% crit rate isn't as build warping as you think it is, I think. It's not ideal, but it's not awful either. Anyways, next. Oh boy. Like anti 36 star in several Abyss iterations, skill issue or character slash builds. Or character build slash pool. So if I look at the character pool, so just which characters you have Llama, Durin, Neuvillette, Skirk. I don't see Escoffier in the showcase. Do you have her? This is Decipher's build. No. Okay. Without Escoffier, a lot of the stuff that Skirk can brute force with Escoffier becomes kind of not brute forceable anymore. Right? She's not really that generic of a unit without Escoffier. Okay, is there a reason why you have like all of the supports except Escoffier and none of the carries except Skirk? Like, is is there like is there a joke I'm not aware of? Is there, is there... Bad decisions, I see. Well, that's probably not gonna help, I suppose. Like, I don't think this character lineup is gonna necessarily be a problem, but it'll require better gameplay, right? Also, the fact that your characters seem to be all left at town level 8, except Skirk, I guess. Okay, Nevilet's also got town level 10, Farina. Okay. So it's not all of them, it's just a few of them. Yeah. So I'd say I don't think your builds are bad enough that like I wouldn't be able to clear Abyss on your account. But I do think that the specific characters you went for don't make it as easy as it could be. So I'd say it's like half skill issue, half like pull choices. I don't think the builds are a problem, though. Yeah, what's up, Limbo? All right, chat. Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, if I were to try to give you advice, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like for your Skirk team, you're probably doing like Skirk, Sidlali, Farina, Escoffier. No, you're not. Are you even using Farina? Are you using it one of the dogshit healers? Probably, right? Ugh. Ugh. Diona. Oh boy. Yeah, okay. You want my honest advice? If you don't have Escoffier, bench Farina. You should do like Skirk, Sidlali, Yelon, and then you can either put Singto or like just anyone else, really. Or honestly, just use Farina without a healer. Is Farina that cooked? As much as I love shit talking Farina, this one is not Farina's problem. Is that your healer alternatives are just really not that good, right? So if you're gonna be using a completely dogshit unit that is only enabling Farina's passive, you're probably better off just giving up on Farina's passive and using a good unit instead. Like Farina as a TOM bot is like good enough. Just use her as a TOM bot. Don't use her burst. And put Yilon instead of Diona. Yeah, like Diona is not good. You're running it down if you're using Diona. Honestly, you can also use Kirk, Nevilet. That's probably not bad for this account, actually. Like Skirk, Lali, Nevilet, Farina is probably pretty solid. Might actually be better if you're not doing really good Skirk combos. But then you'd want to replace Eshu for something else, obviously, because it's burst Skirk. Mm. Yeah, I think that's it. But yeah, you really didn't make your life very easy by going for supports without their carries and carries without their supports. You're not completely cooked, but your team building is going to take a hit, obviously. And when your teams as a whole are weaker and you're not using the shield stuff, so like in this abyss, right? Varessa is the shield in the second half. Skirk can brute force it, but without the premium team, the brute force becomes much more difficult, right? So the fact that you didn't get the full premium team for Skirk means that not having Varessa is a bigger hit for you, right? I'd say that this is the sort of account where like getting Escoffier is a very good idea, though. So if Escoffier gets a rerun and you don't completely hate her French ass, I would probably go for her. Next. By the way, chat, I will not click on your UID if you send it before I say next. Thanks. No problem. Want to know if I should use elixirs on Goblet or Sands for Flins. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, C2 Flins with Ballad of the Fjords. Okay. 25 crit rolls. 36 ER. I like to see that, by the way. Very often, Flynn's builds don't have enough ER, especially C1 plus. Like this, you said, what was it? What was it? They asked. What did they ask? Did they ask Sands or or Goblet? What did they say? I forgot. Oh my god. I don't have it highlighted anymore. Oh no, I do. Okay. On Goblet or Sands, yeah, you're not using it on Sands. Your Sands are fucking amazing, man. This is an amazing piece. You do not want to use. You don't. Why don't you like it, man? You don't want to replace this. That's so good. You also don't need to replace this though, because that's also pretty good. And then using an elixir on Circlet is like so bad in general. This is an 8-roll feather. This is only 7 rolls, but it's all crit, so it's still pretty good. Honestly, I'm not sure. This feels like it's hard to improve. Because I feel like the piece that's the easiest to improve quality-wise is the Circlet. But if you get more crit on this, you overcap. Right? So you're kind of cooked. What about their flower? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I think you need to. I have a 9-roll feather, but 5 crit rate rolls. Should I reroll that? No. Do you have any other weapon alternatives for your Flins that give less crit rate? Probably not if you're using Fjords, right? Like Jadewing Spear or a crit damage weapon. I'm gonna pull Sig during rerun. Oh, okay. Sig is crit rate ascension, right? No, crit damage. Why did I say ascension? Substat. Yeah, it's crit rate. That helps a bit. Right? Because with 5 less crit rate, now instead of 1 roll bringing you to overcap, you'll need 3 rolls to get overcap, and then getting a better Circlet becomes much more achievable. I think it depends on what alternatives you have on flower. If you have flower alternatives that have less crit rate but still good stats overall, right? Something like a 20 crit damage, bit of attack percent, bit of ER, or something like that doesn't have crit, or something that does have crit but just like 1 or 2 rolls instead of 3. You could get an improvement on Circlet. I don't think this is a character that really wants, like with your current build, I don't think you really want to craft anything. But I would consider re-rolling the Circlet. Because I do think this, like, if you end up finding a way to maintain artifact quality but while reducing crit rate on your flower, then this becomes a great reroll target. Because honestly, ER is a way better stat than attack on Flynn's, especially at C1, right? Like, attack is fake. It's fine. Don't fucking don't worry about it. And yeah. Another thing that you could do is use your unguaranteed rerolls, like your normal rerolls on this to try to get more crit. And then once you get your guarantee, like the last one, like the four stat guarantee, you can use it to reroll this Sans, which would guarantee 6 rolls of crit, 1 roll of ER. And then you'd have, like, if you used feathers on this on the way there, you might have more crit rate here. Which means that if you... But then again, right? If this rolls all into crit rate instead of crit damage, you're fucking pissed off. So it's not even good. I don't know. This is a really hard build to improve. Not because it's, like, that amazing already. Just because a lot of the ways that you could improve it rely on increasing your crit rate on one piece and reducing it on a different one. Sans is a 3-roller with low starting rolls, though. Yeah, which is kind of sad, but also... The fact that it has ER is so good. Like, I don't think this is worse than a 40 CV Sans with no ER. Honestly, this is probably better than a 45 CV Sans with no ER. To be fair, though, if you are planning on getting SIG, the value of ER goes down. So then this Sans kind of becomes less valuable. And honestly, so does the circlet. But yeah, I guess if you are planning on getting a SIG, you could consider crafting a Sans. But I don't think that without SIG you want to even change this Sans. That plume is for sure Giga replaceable. I mean, not really, because we can't get any crit rate, right? We're 1.7 crit rate away from capping, which means that 1 roll of crit rate is gonna give you less than half of the crit rate that an average crit rate roll is supposed to give you, right? Forgore about the crit rate bonus. I can't. Craft circlet with crit rate and attack. That's a stupid idea unless you have SIG. Crafting circlet with crit rate and attack is something you could do if you get SIG. Without SIG, that's stupid because honestly, unless it also rolls ER, I'd rather reroll this than reroll a circlet with crit rate and attack. You want that fucking ER, man. That ER is so good. Or this isn't even a fucking Fav Inefa, okay? I have Fav on Inefa with my C1 Flins, and I still feel like I need more ER. Reroll that circlet then. The biggest problem with rerolling the circlet is that we're already basically capped on crit. So the only real improvement we can get is more ER rolls, but more ER rolls isn't even that good because, like, you don't really need more than this. I like from what I've looked at and from my experience, I'd say that like ER past 140 on C1 Flins tends to be kind of unnecessary. So one more crit rate roll doesn't help because it overcaps, and one more ER roll doesn't really help because you already are basically at your ER target. So how do you improve by rerolling? Rolling into EM instead of flat attack? That's such a minor upgrade. Like, who cares? And that's why I was saying this is a hard build to improve, because like in order for this build to be improvable, you need to improve two pieces at the same time, right? Get more crit on the circlet while getting a different flower, which is kind of annoying to do. But anyways, right now the biggest problem I see is this. What are you doing? Go go do your IT, man. Right? Six in IT means you did the fucking medium difficulty, not even hard. Right now, your focus shouldn't be improving your Flynn's build. It should be leveling the characters you need to enter at least hard, but hopefully visionary of IT. That's going to increase your Primogem generation per patch by a pretty noticeable margin. Just do it. I'm going to do my IT today, chat. Trust. Anyways, next. Oh, God. I am very close to clearing Dire Plunge Boss with Kanich. In what way is that a UID review kind of question, though? Like, what do you want me to say? Plunge better? What should I reroll on Nefer between Circlet, Sands, and Goblet? And what weapon should I use on Nahida, Fav, or her signature? Is what Shadow Death is asking. I assume the X is supposed to be an A. Oh, that's a C6 Nefer. Oh boy. Time to go reread Nefer's constellations so we know if we need ER or not. Agreed. Oh man, why are there so many words in these constellations? Anyone want to TLDR this shit for me? Because I forgot, man. You don't need ER? Lunar Bloom doesn't change anything for wanting to use the burst. Two more stacks does mean 80 more damage percent, I guess. Gain more Verdant Dew. No. Phantasm Performance, that's a charge attack, right? Yeah. When she unleashes the charge attack, you get an extra hit, right? By the way, did they end up changing that thing where you can't cancel for C6? No. So you're not. I just realized, chat. My biggest issue with Nefer gameplay is the lack of visual feedback for the dash cancels. Does that mean that that's an issue that's fixed by wailing? Oh, of course it is, man. Classic. Anyways. So yeah, you probably never burst then, right? Because you don't want to dash cancel, which means your field time is longer, right? So we don't need any ER. And they asked if Nahida should be on Sig or Fav. Does Llama have cons that help her energy? Probably, right? That's the healing. That's, yeah, the extra damage on burst. Regains extra energy. 3 to 4 times per rotation. That's not that much, actually. What does her sig give her again? Is it energy? Like, is there energy on it? No, there is not. There's no shot this is right. I don't really run ER on her because I don't have time to burst. Oh, you definitely want to burst. You definitely want to burst. Do you not? Because in my mind, the C2 makes you really fucking want to burst. But maybe all, like, the C6 and, like, all the extra damage from Nefer that doesn't get increased by this makes you not want to burst. I feel like you do want to burst anyways, for sure. Depends on if they die in a single skill or not, I guess. I suppose that's true. Hmm. How much damage does Llama do at C6 compared to Nefer in the Nefer team? It's probably not that much, right? Because, like, her main source of damage is a C6. 150k with skill. That's fucking nothing compared to your Nefer, though, right? And then it's 185 of her EM. How often does this happen? Every skill hit? 8 times. Yeah, so it's basically every skill hit. Hmm. You also gain Pale Hymn. Do you get Pale Hymn even if you don't burst? Like, does this work even if you don't burst? Yes. Oh, I see. Okay, I guess you don't need to burst on Llama then, right? Maybe if you get Columbina, you'd want to anyways. Would you? Maybe not. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, in that case, you probably don't want to go Fav on Nahida. But this amount of ER on her is pathetic. You definitely want more. Like, why are you using a flower that has 107 EM on Nahida? What exactly is this EM supposed to do? Is she triggering a reaction that does damage? No. Is her EM the highest on the team for deciding how much EM her burst provides? No. Does she do damage? No. It's my only flower. Time to strongbox Deepwood then. Because neither of these have crit rate. Or neither of these have ER. Technically gleam bonus. I suppose that's true. But like, who cares, man? How's a 175 not enough, though? Because you need to burst from 0 without 5 on the first rotation. 175 is not anywhere close to enough. Just skip bursting on the first rotation. There is no second rotation in this team, man. It's C6 R5 Nefer with C6 R1 Llama. It's also C2R1 Nila. Yeah, I'd say if you can tweak your build so that you don't need Fav to get Nahida's burst on the first rotation, then it's worth having Nahida on Sig. But that's going to require pretty high artifact quality in terms of the amount of VR from Deepwood. And that's a lot of effort. And Fav kind of fixes that problem just by itself without having to spend any time gear like on improving the gear. So if you just want to get it like somewhat like quote unquote fixed quickly, I think I'd just go Fav. But if you really want to grind, honestly, maybe not. Maybe Fav is still just better. It just feels weird to bring Fav in a team where the only character that cares about the energy is the character that has the Fav, right? Especially when Nahida's burst is so dog shit that it's like not even the end of the world if you just don't have it. Sucrose angle? No, because they're using Nilo, so Sucrose is a lot worse. If they weren't using Nilo, though, Sucrose would probably be better. So if they're planning on getting Columbina and using Columbina here, then probably, yeah, bench the Nahida, use Sucrose. Or maybe use double Hydro with Columbina and Nilo. With C2 Nilo, that's probably better. Yeah. With C2 R1 Nilo, that's probably better. So Fav versus on Nahida doesn't matter if she's getting benched next match. that's the verdict. And then you also asked which artifact you should use your reroll on, right? Yeah, this artifact quality is so bad for a whale, actually. What the fuck? Like, it's not bad, but it's like underwhelming, you know? Yeah, main stats do be like that, I guess. Yeah. This goblet makes me upset, man. I will say, in the long term, you probably don't need to farm the domain anymore. Because I think all three of these are really good reroll targets. If you are going to keep farming the domain versus if you're not, I think it changes what you want to reroll. Because if you're going to keep farming the domain, you might end up getting like other alternative options. They're overcapped, by the way. Are they? Does Nefer get extra crit from her cons? Weapon? Does the weapon crit not show in the stat screen? It does. This shows in the stat screen. C2 Nahida? They don't have C2 Nahida. Yeah, crit damage doesn't show because it's a conditional effect, but the crit rate shows because it's not conditional. R5 is 16. Yeah, but like it's already there, right? Right, like they have 33 crit rate from subs, which would be 38. This is more than 38. It's 16 more than 38, in fact. So yeah. Yeah, like they're not capped on crit. That's really nice, by the way, because if they were capped on crit, it would be hard to get improvements on the circlet specifically. But yeah. So if you were planning on keeping up in the domain, I'd probably say that you want to reroll the goblet mainly. Because it's a lot more likely that you get a Sans side grade that you can attempt to get without having to spend a reroll on it than it is that you get a goblet side grade, right? But if you're not going to be farming this domain anymore and you're going to be farming something else, then I think rerolling the Sans is better. The circlet is kind of weird. I think that the biggest issue with the circlet is that if you reroll the circlet and it gets a bunch of crit, and then you lock that in, and then you try to reroll your Sans and it also gets a bunch of crit, you're gonna be like, well, fuck. It's a downgrade for me to get this Sans, even if it's a fucking, like, 50 CV piece. What do I do now? So I'd probably hold off on rerolling this. Not because it's a bad reroll target, just because whether you want this to be heavily into EM or heavily into crit rate depends on how your rerolls on the other two pieces go. I think the goblet reroll is like not that bad of an idea. Right? Like usually you'd see this and you're like, okay, this is a fucking 6 crit roll piece. I don't want to reroll this, right? But it's like the roll value is really low. So like you could get an upgrade on this as a 5 roller. And also a 5 roller that's more like that leans more into crit damage instead of crit rate would be a lot better because it allows you to reroll your circlet, right? So this isn't a bad reroll target. It's not a great reroll target, obviously, because it's already pretty good. But I think a lot of people will think it's worse than it actually is. I think overall, I just right now focus on rerolling the Sands and see how it goes from there. If you reroll the Sands into... Honestly, I think you keep rerolling. Like, assuming you want to keep improving this build specifically over your other builds, which I assume is probably the case because you have Nefer on your profile, and Nefer and Llama are both C6 and level 100, and not all of your characters are C6, right? Like, you've got cons on a lot of characters, but the C6 isn't on everyone, and these two are your only level 100, so I assume you care a lot more about your Nefer build than your other builds. And if that's the case, I'd say that for now, your best reroll target is definitely your Sands. And then if you get really high crit, and I think you keep rerolling this until it's an 8 roller or a 7 roller with like 7 rolls of crit, right? Until all the rolls go into crit. And once they do, if all of your rolls that went into crit are more heavily on the crit rate, then I think your next bet is rerolling the Goblet. Because you want to reroll the Goblet in a way that either has the same crit value but all in crit damage, or that's just better. But if your Sands keeps a similar amount of crit rate, or has less crit rate, then I think you'd want to reroll your Circlet next instead. So the decision on the next one will depend on how the Sands goes. Anyways, good luck with your rolls. Next. Okay, Mauika, she feels a bit underwhelming in comparison to my Arlecchino, talent level 8 Jadewing Spear. Is it just a skill issue? Fuck, I forgot to check the name. I'm an idiot. From Chicken Soup. Okay. So, I suppose they're comparing it to how their Arlecchino feels, so we can take a quick look at the Arlecchino build. That doesn't look that great. Okay. So we have 17 crit rolls. No EM rolls, but we have Mildflower EM Sands, so it's not bad. That is 23% crit rate. I'm gonna be honest with you, this Mauika is unplayable. Mauika has so much of her damage concentrated into her burst that when the burst doesn't crit, she feels like she was released in 2022. And so when it comes to Mauika, it's a lot less about min-maxing your crit ratio to be 1 to 2, and a lot more about just getting 100 crit rate. Or at least close to it. Right? At like 90 crit rate, it's not too bad. Because 1 out of 10 to miss the burst isn't so bad that it's necessarily going to be a problem. But 1 out of 3 to miss the burst, which is the case for you right now, is like actually a problem. Because over an Abyss Chamber, where you generally burst somewhere between like, depending on build quality and like what kind of chamber it is, anywhere between like 1 and 5 times, right? At 63% crit rate, you're pretty much guaranteed to miss at least one of your crits, and it's just gonna feel so fucking bad. at like 90% crit, you have a decent chance of not missing a single crit. And if you miss an important crit, you can just restart. Right? It's like, I like having Maoika at 100 crit, but as long as you bring your crit close enough to 100 that it's relatively achievable to not miss a crit in a chamber, I think that's good enough. But when your crit is this low, you will actually encounter like multiple breakpoint issues because you miss crits. And it makes her feel way, way, way worse to play. So I think that the first thing you should do is get a crit rate circlet. This is very important for you right now. Get some more crit rate on her. Yeah. You're going to want to level this talent level as well, but right now your priority should be leveling this talent level, right? This talent level is also going to help. Your flower is honestly fine. Feather is a little bad. No, Feather is really bad. Right? Like, I'm kind of crit damage pilled. Because on my main, I'm overcapped on crit because I have Serpent Spine, and all my good Obsidian Codex artifacts are, like, heavily crit rate. So, like, my Feather isn't even that much better than this. But that's a result of me having too much crit rate. You don't have that problem, so this Feather is really bad. You are gonna want to get something better than that for sure. Your Sands is pretty good. That looks like something you crafted, honestly. Goblet is pretty solid. Circlet is awful. It's a good thing the circlet is awful, though, because now you can actually go for a crit rate circlet without feeling bad about it. I don't think any of these pieces are good enough to warrant rerolling, though. So, yeah. I think this Maika build has enough problems that the discrepancy you felt might not be skill issue. It might actually just be a build problem. There's probably a certain element of skill issue as well, but you're probably feeling it more than you're supposed to. Anyways, hopefully that was helpful. Good luck with improving your builds. Don't forget to ascend your characters if you use them a lot. Talent levels are important. Next. Okay. Based Highness says, I'm returning after 2 years. I have no clue what's going on in the game right now. I'm 185 pulls, 50-50 at 69 pity. What does that mean? What does 185 pulls, 50-50 at 69 pity mean? Is that the amount of pulls you have available? I assume it is. So basically, you have enough pulls to guarantee one character and on average get 2. But that's not guaranteed. Okay. Very quick look at everything here. 2 years ago. Yeah, so no Escoffier. Makes sense. Yeah. Okay. I think you're not in as bad of a spot as you could be. The amount of wishes you have right now, plus what you'll be able to get from just the content that's coming out next batch, is enough to guarantee Columbina plus Inefa. I think that might still not be like ideal. Because like right now it feels like you have a Neuvillette team that you can use. And that's kind of it, right? Chow's not really good enough. Unless he's getting shilled and then you don't even have the Leno set, right? You're on 2-piece, 2-piece, which is kind of meh. Although these are good artifacts, but meh. Hu Tao is also like kind of eh. If you're coming back after 2 years, you could get Hu Tao's C2, I guess, but like that's not very helpful. And they're also both competing for Farina, right? Which is kind of cooked. So yeah, getting Inefa Columbina will allow you to have an actual good team with Hu Tao. Not that Hu Tao does that much for the team, but it's still a Hu Tao team, I guess, technically. Specifically in the next Stygian, Neuvillette will be really nice. In general, though, Neuvillette isn't that amazing anymore. Maybe this build is good enough that you won't have a problem, though. You have Sig, you have a pretty high quality build. You might still be fine. You're probably still fine for a while. Why is Neuvillette not amazing anymore? DPS check keeps going up and up and up. And they keep releasing units that are stronger and stronger and stronger. But yeah, I'd say if you do go for Columbina Inefa, though, you're kind of still struggling for a third team for Stygian. You'll be able to do Hyperbloom. But without Llama, Hyperbloom kind of struggles to get to the DPS checks, even for Fearless. It's doable, but it's harder. Yeah, they could consider getting Varessa. If they had, like, 50 more pulls saved up, I'd say getting Varessa is probably a good idea. But with the amount they have, if they go Varessa, it becomes a lot less likely they get Inefa, right? If they're coming back after 2 years, there's probably a bunch of primos that are just standing on the map in Natlan or whatever that they haven't gotten yet, though. So if they're willing to grind that, maybe it's fine. One thing that you could do is, because you're on 50-50 right now, right? If you win your 50-50, and then you like catch up to the primos you've missed, and get the primos from what's coming next batch, you can probably get enough to guarantee 2 5-stars after winning your 50-50. If you lose, I don't think you'll have enough to guarantee 2 5-stars plus like losing the 50-50 and getting to pity again. So one thing you could consider is try to get Varesa. If you lose the 50-50, stop there. Like, cut your losses and just go for Colombina Inefa and then try to build a third team in a different way. And if you win the 50-50, you can still get Colombina Inefa. That's probably what I would do. Another thing you could consider is don't go on the banner at all. Go for Colombina Inefa, and then try to go for Zabai as well. Then you probably end up either doing Inefa Hutao without Colombina, or Zabai without Colombina. Both of which are going to be weaker, but both of which should be able to clear the DPS checks. I think both options are reasonable. I think both options are fairly reasonable. So you should ask yourself what actually maybe not. Because now that I think about it, since you are on like pretty close to pity already, if you go for Vrissa, you win your 50-50, and you get no Chevreurs or Janson copies, you're kind of cooked. If you were starting from 0 pity, I think it would be a lot better. But since you're starting pretty close to pity, maybe you're better off waiting. That's probably the play, yeah. I think that's the case. So I think the best like medium to long term option that you have right now is save until next patch. Next patch, go for Colombina. Alright, for now, it seems like it's Colombina Neuvillette first half, and then Inefa Zabai second half. So go for Colombina, and then on the second banner, get Inefa, and try to get Zabai as well. But Colombina and Inefa are like, I'd say, relatively locked in terms of whether they're worth getting on your account. I think they very much are. And then it's just a question of like, do you wanna try to do Varesa or do you want to try to do Zabai? Because Zabai is on the second half with Inefa, you'll have more information when you make your decision on whether or not to go for her than you would if you tried to go for Varesa now, which is an upside that actually matters here. You do have Farina Xianyun if you wanted to go for Varesa without Eonson and Chevreurs, but I think that's kind of a problem still. Because, and I can't believe I'm saying this shit, but your account wants Farina on all of your teams right now. So getting Varesa and like in a team with Xianyun isn't going to be ideal. Me when I realized Verena is still relevant. I mean, yeah, as it turns out, if you stop playing the game for 2 years and you're stuck in the 2023 meta, Verena might still be relevant for your account, yes. That's just that's the only condition. But yeah, I'd say that's what I'd recommend. Good luck. Hope your polls go well. Next. How can I improve my Nefer? Does she need more ER? This is gonna be a Fav Nefer, isn't it? No. But it is a lot of ER. Are they going out of their way to get ER, or did they just get a lot of ER by accident? It looks like they just got a lot of ER by accident. Okay, that's a funny one. That's really funny, actually. Because, like, they have a fuck ton of ER, but, like, all their ER rolls are on pieces that are also really good outside of it, which is very funny. Like, yeah, this has 12 ER, but it's also 3 rolls of crit, 3 rolls of EM on a circlet, right? That's really funny. Like, yeah, this has 11 ER, but it's also fucking like the 40 CV on an EM goblet, right? Like, yeah, sure, this has 13 ER, but it's also 7 rolls of other good stats. That's so funny, actually. Holy fuck. Wait, that's so funny. Like, if I had this build on Nefer, I would clench my fists at the fact that Columbina kind of makes Nefer's burst not worth it anymore. I'd be like, frick you, Columbina. Like, that, I feel like that's upsetting. Why is ER bad? It's not that ER is bad, is that right now, Nefer's burst is mainly used to wait out Verdant Dew generation. Um, because if you start at 3 Verdant Dew, you don't generate an extra 3 Verdant Dew in the time it takes to do 6 charge attacks. So you kind of have to stall for a little bit. And her burst serves to do that. But Columbina allows you to start at more Verdant Dew, so you don't need to stall anymore. Which makes Nefer's burst kind of not worth using anymore, even if you have the energy for it. You still use her burst, otherwise the rotation is too short? Not really. Hyper-optimized rotations probably sometimes have room for it. But in practice, people don't play perfectly enough. There's generally 1 to 2 seconds of time loss to human gameplay. And that 1 to 2 seconds of time loss due to human gameplay is, like, enough to make the burst not necessary to fill out the rotation. So the burst is just not worth using with Columbina in most situations. Anyways. Next. Ain't no way you fucking reworded your Kaniche plunge question so I would answer it. Good try, buddy. Good fucking try, buddy. Good try, buddy. uh hmm. All right. Death Knight A78 asks, I have 3 artifacts on my Nefer build that I think are reroll targets. I'd like to know which ones would be best first. Okay. Let's take a look. So what do we have here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So a 9. This is a 4-liner with relatively high-ish starting rolls. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Chat, you guys can't just say 6, 7 every time I count, okay? That's whatever. This one's also okay. Then this one, 1, 2. Whoa, whoa, that's a lot of EM. What the? Okay. So we're never rerolling this, that's for sure. I see. So you're probably wondering between Goblet, Sands, and Flower, right? I see. I understand your dilemma right now. So here's the thing, okay? It is really unlikely that a reroll on this ends up as a 7 roller where all the rolls go into crit, right? The average amount of feathers that it would take to get that is so fucking high, I don't think it's worth it. Because of that, I think that your best bet here is to use your guaranteed 18th feather that guarantees 4 rolls to guarantee a 6 roller into crit. This is max rolls of crit rate and crit damage on the first roll. And then it's not max rolls for the rest. It is a bit higher than average, but it's still close to average. So a like 4 roll guarantee here would be a guaranteed noticeable upgrade, basically. Both of these, the 4 roll guarantee isn't even really a guaranteed upgrade. Like, it might be a side grade. Because if the non-guaranteed roll goes into flat HP or flat attack, and then your crit rate rolls are relatively low, it might actually be a downgrade over these 2 high rolls of EM, right? But on the other hand, the odds that this manages to avoid the HP roll or the attack roll on a non-guaranteed roll are way, way, way higher, right? It's like, what is it? It's 3, 9, 27, 81. Dude, that's math is hard, man. So it's a 1 out of 4. Basically. 1 out of 4, 1 out of 5. That a non-guaranteed reroll on this is a is an 8 roller. So if I were you, what I would do is I would use my feathers on these two artifacts. I don't think it matters which one you do. Honestly, I would use my rerolls on these two artifacts until they manage to get like rolls you're satisfied with that avoid the attack or the HP. But I would take that guaranteed roll and use it on this, right? If that guaranteed was not a 4 guarantee, it was a 3 guarantee. I think as a 3 guarantee, the odds that this rolls 3 naturally without the guarantee are low and are high enough that you could just attempt over and over until you get there. But with a 4 roll guarantee existing, I think that it's not worth spending your feathers on this outside of that guarantee. Because you will use your feather on this on the guarantee, and it makes spending feathers outside of the guarantee just a fucking waste of feathers, right? So use your feathers on these two until you get to that last guarantee, and for that last guarantee, use it on the goblet. If you manage to get, like, when you reroll the flower and feather, something that's, like, heavily crit damage instead of crit rate, right? Like, if you reroll something and it ends up not rolling into crit rate at all, being, like, 3.5... Is it 3.5? Yeah, 3.5% crit. 28 crit damage. And 40 something EM. Or if you get that on this one instead, right? Then you'll start being in a situation where your crit rate is low enough that it might be worth trying to reroll this. Because right now, this isn't a great reroll target, because crit rate is only better than EM insofar as you're not capped on crit rate. And this only needs one more roll of crit to cap. But if you end up getting less crit when you reroll these pieces, it might increase the value of rerolling this. But yeah, so reroll flower and feather until you get your guarantee, then reroll the guarantee on this. And then based on the amount of crit rate you have once you've done all of that, it might be worth rerolling this as well so that you get more crit rate instead of EM. But it's not something you need to do. Like, you don't need to find a way to reduce your crit rate on this so you can reroll this, because this is good enough that it doesn't need to be rerolled. Yeah, hopefully that was helpful. Next. Alright, fine. Fine, Svank. We'll take a look at your fucking Plunge each. It's not Plunge each, but it's Kanichi against the Plunge boss. Are you using Benna here? Yes? Well, that's your problem. Get better at dodging. And bring Yon-san. Yon-san over Bennett, yeah. The attack buff does fucking nothing. Oh wait, you're Yon-san C2. Okay, maybe not. Maybe Albedo then. Is it ever an Albedo angle? Probably, actually. Albedo over Bennett. 70% Geo-Res, it doesn't matter. You're not bringing Albedo for damage. You're bringing Albedo for 15 Shred from Durin and 12 damage percent. Yeah, you can also use the flower to get Mawika Burst buffed as well. I don't know if that's worth it though. Maybe. If you really want to use Bennett because you feel like you'd need the healing to not die, which is honestly reasonable because Kaniche feels awful to play against a plunge boss, give Bennett Fav. If you have to wait for particles one single time, Skyward is worse than Fav. Other than that, don't really know what else you could do. Could bring Fischl too, maybe. Fischl might be better than Albedo, actually. Yeah, actually, Fischl is going to be way better than Albedo. Because Fischl might allow your Mawika to get the Cinder City more reliably. And you can snapshot Fischl. But yeah, but then you have no defensive utility at all, which is kind of is going to be very, very painful. I'm warning you right now, you're not going to have a good time. But that's probably what you should do if you want to push a Kaniche clear. Do I change the artifact sets when bringing Albedo or Fischl? I don't think you need to. Maybe giving Albedo Defense Goblet instead of Geo might be better. TOM. You get 600% attack from the boss. 20% more isn't doing anything. And no one has a TOM that has enough defense to max out Albedo's passive. Yeah. Yeah, I think your two best bets are either use Fischl or use Albedo and put Mawika on a crit damage circlet. The biggest problem is, like, you are pronking Cinder City once. Literally once. If you're bringing Albedo. So it might be better to just bring Codex instead of Cinder City. It's also something that's happening to you right now, right? But right now it's not really a problem because Mawika doesn't do that much damage. But if you're bringing Albedo, then you can get the 600% attack on her burst, and at that point it would be worth going Codex. Yeah, so choose between those options. Good luck. Next. Llama over Mawika. Then, I mean, you could also use Llama instead of Mawika. That's also a thing you could do. That's true. I for Gore. So maybe you can try that as well. But you do still get damage percent from Mawika herself, and you're pretty saturated on Shred. So it's probably fine to bring Mawika, honestly. Yanfei has a placeholder for Columbina. I have 21 elixirs and 9 feathers in the bag. Thing about Sig. Okay, so if you already have your Columbina build, then she's probably either on Serenade or on Sky, right? gonna assume it's Sky. Because I feel like the sort of people that would pre-farm Columbina would probably do it for carry Columbina. No. Okay, it's Serenade. How do I feel about this build? Okay. 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 Hmm. I don't know, honestly. This is like a very... what would be the right word to describe this build? I'm trying to look for like the perfect word here. Like whelming? No, that we need a vocabulary sesh, okay? We need to brainstorm vocabulary for the perfect word to describe this build. Like I'm going for like unnoticeable / forgettable. Serviceable? Not quite, no. Superfluous? That's not what that means. It exists? That's not... That's a phrase to describe the build, not a word. Put the mid in the bag. Okay, man, sorry. Featureless. I like the direction you're going with that, but I don't like that word. Adequate? Adequate is okay. Cromulent. What the fuck does that mean? I'm gonna have to look that up. Cromulent meaning. Acceptable or adequate? The continental breakfast was perfectly cromulent. Origin, first used in the US animated television series The Simpsons. This is a word that was made up by The Simpsons. No, it's not. That's a lie. I got AI baited. No. I got AI baited again. They did make it up. Okay, whatever, man. I'm not using vocabulary that was invented by The Simpsons, okay? I'm sorry. Indistinguishable. See, that could work, but not by itself, right? That's too like indistinguishable. It is a word that implies the question from what? Barren. I don't know about that one. I don't know about barren. Is that build even that bad? It's not a bad build. It's just like I look at this flower and I'm like, this is like the most flower of all time. Like, Like this is an artifact that your nephew who plays Genshin would be like, "Oh my god, Zajef, look at how good my build is." And you have to like feign excitement. Be like, "Oh, little Felix. That's a great flower you have there." Like this is the sort of stats I would expect out of that, like your noblesse flower given to you for free, by completing the 9 pillars quests in Leia. You know, I think that's the perfect way to describe it. Okay, maybe we need to stop blaming this person. I don't think this is what they were hoping for when they asked for a UID review. um, I mean, what was the question again? Was there a question associated here, or did they just want me to look at the build? I forgot. Just what to do with elixirs and feathers. Okay. Um, that's probably fine. Okay. That's definitely good enough. That's probably fine as well. Honestly, don't use them. Or maybe no, actually, you know what the play is? I think the play is to craft a goblet. If you wanna craft something. I don't think you need to. But if you wanna craft something, I would craft a goblet so that you can go for a really good off piece instead of this flower, probably. Because like the flower's good, but it's also not, you know? That's probably what I would do. Or just craft a flower? No, because I don't think that's really good. Right, because when it comes to goblets, they have one less useful stat. So even if they don't roll anything good other than the crit, as long as you roll into the crit, it's still gonna be good, right? With the flowers, a double crit piece that has nothing else that's good is bad. It's not even fucking worth leveling. Like, there's a reason why flower costs 1 elixir. It's because you shouldn't do it. They know it's fucking awful, so they make it cheaper to try to make you do it anyways, but you shouldn't. Where is 190.5 ER coming from? I only counted 170.5, 2-piece Serenade. Anyways. If you really want to craft something, craft a goblet, but I don't think you need to craft something. So I'll leave that decision up to you. Next. Not sure if I should pull for Escoffier or Inefa. As a free-to-play, I have both Skirk and Flins without their dedicated supports. I guess you hate yourself then, so maybe we need to tailor our advice based off of that. I have C3 Farina and I'm planning to get Columbina, build on Molani. By the way, you are very handsome. Thank you, Defender Spider. That's very nice of you to say. Well, yeah, you clearly hate yourself. So we have to tailor our advice off of that, right? Because if you didn't hate yourself, you would not have gone for Skirk and Flins without Inefa or Escoffier. Hmm. What the fuck? Huh. Okay, can you explain to me why your 3 rolls of crit rate and your 3 rolls of crit damage are the same number? What the fuck is this, man? That's so funny. Anyways, yeah, I mean that's a that's like it's a pretty good build actually, but it's very funny. Um, yeah, I'd say it's a lot of ER. It's probably a big burst Flynn's build, right? 187. Was that enough for the big burst without losing a mini burst? I forgot. What was a ER breakpoint for the non-energy weapons, like the ones that weren't Fav or it was 177? Okay. 180? All right. Hmm. Interesting. I assume you don't have Durin. Wow. I think when it comes to Flynn's, if you do end up getting Columbina, the biggest factor in whether or not you want to get Inefa is how comfortable you are with no healer teams. Because if you feel like you're able to play without a healer or a shielder, like without defensive utility, Fischl Sucrose isn't bad. And I think that Escoffier would do more for your account. But if you feel like you need a healer, I think Inefa does more for you. I guess Proto Amber on Columbina is probably enough. If you think that's going to be enough, then I'd probably lean more towards Escoffier then. I wonder if there's ever some dank shit you can do with like weird 25-second rotations with full official uptime that get like 2 fav procs batteried into Flints that big burst on Flints every rotation or some shit. Maybe. Yeah, that's probably too much cooking though. That's true. Yeah. But yeah, next. I love how chat just like pauses for like 30 seconds and then I say next and then there's like a cascade of chatters. uh All right. Alina underscore 008 asks Molani and Mawik. Please, I'm a casual player and I kind of don't understand what to reroll or craft for them. All right. I realize you didn't ask about gumming, but I'm seeing a dendro damage goblet on him, so I'm not quite sure how to feel right now. Um okay. Let's look at Molani. Okay. What the fuck? What do you mean? 28% HP? What? Holy. What the fuck? That's a really good circlet. Wait, that's actually so good. What the fuck? Hmm. This does not look like the build of a casual player, I'm going to be honest. What ranking are you, actually? I'm kind of curious. Yeah, top 0.5%. Alright, casual player. I'm a Wuhua player and I play this game casually. I see. You have more achievements than I do. Okay. Like, alright, man. Sure. Hmm. Yeah, Surf's Up give a bunch of damage percent, right? So Hydro Goblet is a bit worse on it. Hmm. What team do you play with, Molani? Mona Sucrose? Okay, you cannot be playing Molani Sucrose and call yourself a casual player. No matter how lighthearted your gameplay sessions are when you boot up Genshin Impact, okay? You suggested it in a YouTube video? I did. But VV rotations with Molani are not something that a casual player does. It's like if I came back to Star Rail and called myself a casual player. Like, no, just because I don't play the game often doesn't mean I'm a casual player. You know? Anyways. That doesn't really matter that much at the end of the day. Honestly, I think it's really hard to upgrade your build. Like, high investment Molani is all about maximizing your amount of rolls without capping on crit rate. And that's just really difficult to do in general. I don't think there's a single piece you want to craft, right? I think you might want to use some rerolls, but I think there is no way in hell where you craft something. Because, like, literally all of your pieces are 4-liners, right? So in order for your pieces to be upgrades, they would need to roll exactly crit rate, crit damage, EM, and HP for Flower and Feather. And be 4-liners. You straight up can't get an upgrade. Like, the only way a crafted piece would be a better reroll target than this is if instead of a 3.1 crit or instead of a 6.2 crit damage roll, it was like 7.8 instead. And if instead of what was this, 19? It was 23, 24, 23. I think it's 23. Like, we're straight up we would straight up be roll value maxing. That's not something you should do ever, basically. If you really fucking love Molani, one thing you could consider is crafting a Hydro Goblet. Just because technically Hydro Goblet can have 4 useful stats. HP Goblet can only have 3. But it's so unlikely that it has 4. And it needs to have 4 useful stats. And be a 4-liner. That's gonna take you an average of like 7 years of crafting goblets. That's not worth it, right? I think right now, the only like reasonable way you could get an upgrade is by rerolling your sands. Would EM sands be better here? No, because they're playing with Mona Sucrose. Value of EM is a lot lower then. I suppose you could also reroll the Goblet. Rerolling Sands and Goblet are decent, right? With Mona Sucrose, the relative value of EM is a lot worse. Because you're already pretty saturated on EM, so your EM multiplier is already pretty high. And EM has actual true diminishing returns. So with Sucrose plus Mona EM buffs, and the fact you'll have a bunch of EM in your subs, the value of EM becomes a lot lower. So this Goblet definitely could be a good reroll target, right? Because the, like, added crit rolls are a low roll and a minimum roll. Like, if this rolled one more crit roll and one more flat attack roll with 2 less EM rolls, I think it would be a side grade, maybe even an upgrade, depending on roll value. So I think both Goblet and Sands are decent reroll targets here. You just gotta be careful not to cap on crit. But yeah, I don't think you should craft a piece for Moloni, but you could consider rerolling for sure. These 2 pieces mainly. Technically, you can also craft flowers and feathers, especially because if you're also going to be using Maoika and trying to min-max Maoika, it increases the odds that a piece is good, right? Because if you craft double crit flowers or feathers, in order for them to be upgrades on your Molani build, they need to be, assuming you're doing double crit, so the double crit is guaranteed, you need to win the 50-50 on whether it's a 4-liner or a 3-liner. And then you need to have specifically EM and HP. But if you're adding Maoika into the mix, then it has to be specifically EM and then either attack percent or HP percent. Right? Which basically doubles the odds that it's a useful piece for you. So technically you could craft a flower or feather if you only care about improving your builds of these 2 characters. And, like, what else are you going to use your elixirs on, right? But I think it's very, very low impact. It's really unlikely to actually be an upgrade. So personally, I wouldn't bother. Anyways, let's take a look at the Maoika now. Yeah, so first thing here is something I talked about earlier, right? I think with Maoika, it's worth losing a little bit of artifact quality for 100 crit rate, because it feels so fucking awful when your burst doesn't crit. I think it's honestly worth it on Molani too sometimes. So that's another thing you can consider. If you do actually play the game relatively casually and you don't want to, like, spend too much time resetting, a build that's like 3% worse, but that has 100 crit, will on average likely clear faster. Because that 96% crit, 1 out of 25 of your hits is gonna not crit, right? If you need like 10 chomps to kill an enemy, you'll need 11 chomps when you miss a crit. But you'll probably still need 10 if you have 100 crit rate by making your build a little bit worse. So, like, outside of, like, Akasha grinding. Oh, yeah, you play Mona. Okay, so for Molani, that's fine. But for Maoika, I think it's definitely... Yeah, if you have C4 Mona, that's fine. But then I guess that also means you want less crit from this. So maybe you'd want to reroll the feather. But honestly, it is what it is. Anyways, Maoika. What team do you play with Maoika, actually? Is it Benetzi Lali Shilonen? Key? Vape with Farina. I hesitate to ask, but what combo are you are you a casual player using on Maoika? I don't do any combos. Okay, chat. So do you just like hold mouse 1? Or do you do like Any sort of dash cancels? Any finishers? Just hold? Okay. Uh you you play fucking Sucrose Molani, and then when you play Mawika, you just hold mouse 1. That's crazy to me, actually. Holy shit. My phone can't handle combos. I see. Any mobile players in the chat? How hard are like just like the default C2D on mobile? Like how are the inputs like awkward with the finger position and shit? A bit. Awful. Once you get used to it, it's very easy. Hmm. Because C2D is a pretty big DPS upgrade. So, like, if you're able to do it, it's very, very worth it. And on PC, it's really easy to do. I don't know how difficult that is on mobile. If you don't do it because you tried doing it and it's just too awkward on mobile, then that's fine. But if you just haven't really tried it because you just hear people say that combos on mobile are hard and that's made you not really want to give it a shot, I think it's worth at least like attempting it. See how awkward it is, and if you because if you can do it, it's such a big DPS gain. It crashes my phone. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. That's a pretty big DPS loss, actually. Yeah. Okay. Never mind then. I see. Wait, actually, I feel like Farida, like VFX, are so fucking over the top that they would contribute to crashing your phone. Am I like any they do? So like is the recommendation here bench Farina so your phone doesn't crash and you can do combos? Is that what is that the play here? Oh, that's so funny. One reason to bench Farina. Isn't Wua heavier than Genshin? How is bro's phone crashing? I don't know, actually. Maybe on mobile it's different. Yeah, I wouldn't fucking know. My phone can't download either of them. My phone can't even download Uber Eats anymore, man. It can't even download my fucking bank app. My bank's official app is it's something that a fucking Samsung S7 doesn't support anymore. Because the software that you can't that like you're allowed to have on an S7 is just too outdated. Why don't you want to upgrade? Because it still works. But like my it still works excuse is starting to fall off because like the battery is cooked and it only survives like 30 minutes when it's unplugged. I can't even fucking use it, like important apps. Like I actually do need to get a new phone. Maybe I'll buy myself a new phone for my birthday. You called an hour of battery working? I mean, I don't go out that much, and when I do go out, I bring a battery pack, so like that's not really a problem. Although I also do need to get a new charger because like my charger only works when it's at a very specific angle right now, which doesn't help the low battery life. Because sometimes I plug my phone in and then I go do something else, but I didn't plug it properly, so when I come back to it, it's still dead. But honestly, the thing that happens the most often is I take too long to wake up in the morning, and my alarm eats my phone's battery until my phone dies, and then the alarm stops ringing, and then I oversleep. Because like a long time ago, I realized that like my sleep is like really heavy, and I need an alarm that like takes that keeps ringing for a long time. And so I got an app that like has an alarm that you have to like shake your phone for a while to like properly signal that you're awake to turn it off. You don't want to get a physical alarm? Maybe that's the play, bro. Maybe technology ruined the world. How can you even use this Discord on your phone? I don't. I use Discord on my laptop. Technically, I do have Discord on my phone, but I very, very rarely use it. But then my laptop has problems too. Although, ever since I bought a new keyboard because my E key stopped working, I now have a USB keyboard that I bring around with my laptop, so I have a functional keyboard with it. But I have to, like, plug it in, and it's kind of annoying. Would you ever get an iPhone? No. If I get a big brand phone, it'll be an Android again, because I don't want to bother learning new software and operating systems. It's just annoying. Um, but honestly, maybe I should just get a fucking knockoff. Like maybe I just get a cheap phone. Like what if I spend less money on getting a phone? Brother is saving for 26/7. Yeah, true. Listen, okay, I want to become a homeowner as a zoomer. Like you got to make some sacrifices. Okay? You got to make some sacrifices. You've been talking about that for 4 years. How is it going? Honestly, if I found a place where I really wanted to settle, I could probably afford a down payment right now. But I'm not really in a rush right now. Because like I have the really amazing advantage of my job not really requiring me to be physically anywhere. So I could literally live wherever. Yeah, I'm waiting for the housing bubble to pop because surely it will soon, Klugi. And then I'll go live in the middle of nowhere. I'll get a house for $3. Okay, trust. Soon, it'll happen soon. $1K viewer streamer income. Yeah. The fact that I don't really incentivize subs also really gimps my income. Get some sub emotes. Yeah, maybe that's what I should do. Get some sponsors. Honestly, I'm very jaded by sponsors. Like, something I've realized through the sponsors that I've taken is that even if the product doesn't suck, the company pretty much always does. Like, at this point, pretty much the only sponsors I'd actually want to take are game sponsors. But gacha game audiences don't tend to have a lot of overlap with other audiences. So, like, compared to other games. So, the opportunities are just more few and far between. And the overlap is with other gacha games, and I'm not taking a gacha game sponsorship, right? So, like, that's kind of cooked. Would you take a Star Rail sponsorship? No. I wouldn't even take a fucking Genshin sponsorship. I've turned down Genshin sponsorships before. Why do you play this game slash serious? Because I think it's a fun game, right? Like, sure, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. Cool. But, like, there's a limit to how much I think is, like, necessary to deprive yourself of things you want when the systems are, like, so far out of your control. And, like, I'm okay to some extent with the fact that, like, as a Genshin creator, whether I want it or not, I will be a part of the machine that gets people to spend money on the game. So long as I mitigate that impact by advising people not to spend money and doing so seriously, not just as a disclaimer that doesn't mean anything. right? But I would not be okay with a sponsorship for it. Because, like, the whole purpose of a sponsorship is for the company to, like, recoup their investment through their revenue streams. And the only real revenue stream for Genshin, the only meaningful one at least, is thank you for the gifted, by the way, is the gacha system, right? So if they deem it profitable to sponsor me for something, that means they think they're gonna make more money off of exploiting people through the gacha system than they're giving me for the sponsorship, and I'm not okay with that. Like, morally, that just doesn't. It makes me uncomfortable. Would you take a HelloFresh sponsorship again? No. Well, that's what I meant, right? Even if the product doesn't suck, the company always sucks. Samsung sponsorship, bro. After what happened for that fucking Samsung event, I'm never working with Samsung again. I don't give a shit, man. God, oh, that was not a good time. What about Grinder sponsorship? Is that a thing? Are there content creators that get sponsored by Grinder? What's Grinder with an E? Hmm. Okay, actual, like, real question for the gays in the chat. How safe is Grinder? Not safe? Not okay. Very safe, not safe at all. Okay, I don't know which of the ones, which people saying safe and not safe are gay and which are just cosplaying right now. Depends on area. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But, like, I've heard so many bad things about Grinder. But I guess, like, is there such a thing as a safe dating app? Closest to it is probably Hinge, but even then, right? Valorant VC. Okay, man. You guys, okay, whatever. People got mugged and burnt on Valorant VC? That's fucking crazy, man. Holy shit. That's a dangerous dating app. What the fuck? Someone 20 years older than me tried to date me in Genshin chat. What the fuck? Chat, how do you feel about big age gaps between adults? And like, when I say adults, I'm not saying like 18 and 43, right? Like we're talking about like, and I do realize how like self-centered it is to use the age I am as the benchmark, but like I feel like 25 is a good benchmark for this anyways. So like big age gaps, but for people that are 25 and higher. Asking for a friend. I'm just very curious. Mm, proportional to the age, I'd say. 70, 90 is fine, but 25, 40, not 25, 45. I feel like 25, 45 is fine. I feel like 20, 40, even 20, 30, to me, feels so much weirder than 25, 45. Twenty thirty is still okay, but 2040 isn't. I don't think, to me, I don't think there's a real difference between 2030 and 2040. I feel like the sort of like unhealthy power dynamics that cause age gaps between adults to be potentially problems are exactly the same for a 20-year-old, whether their partner is 30 or 40. Would you date someone who's 45? I don't know. 'Year-old I feel like a 40-year-old would talk to a 25-year-old like a child. I mean, in general, sure, but I am very wise and mature and also humble. So like for me it wouldn't be a problem, you know? You're asking the wrong audience. Most of us are 18 to 25. I guess that's fair, right? 45-year-old would definitely fall for your rage bait. True, actually. That's true, actually. I don't know. Would you date someone who is empreg? Hmm. Okay, like, jokes aside, I don't know if I'd want to date someone who's pregnant. Because I feel like if someone was in a relationship serious enough to consider having children, I don't want to deal with the emotional baggage less than a year after that relationship ends. Could be not from a long-term relationship, I guess. But I don't know. I don't think I could ever be with someone with a child. Personally, I wouldn't mind. Okay, also, what I'm about to say is kind of fucked up. All right, so I apologize in advance for this. Okay, but I feel like I'd kind of like to date someone who has children, so I could like trial run being a dad. Like having children is so much commitment, and I'm worried about whether I'd be a good dad or not. Do you not have younger siblings? No, I don't. I have older siblings, but I have two older sisters, half sisters, technically. But they both moved out when I was very young. Cousins, I have some, but they live very far away, so I don't see them very often. Like, yeah. And none of them are like really younger than me. The only people that are younger than me in my family are a generation after mine. One of my cousins has a child who's like less than a year younger than me. Yeah, I probably should have called, but like, okay, child in this context refers to like relationship to another. It doesn't refer to like state, like offspring. Yeah, but it feels weird to say offspring, right? Spawn. Okay, buddy. Like, I think bro has a degree by now. I'm not sure though. Last I heard, he was in a nursing program. I don't know if he's done by now. Is he a more successful streamer than you? True. You know, the son of one of my cousins dreams of being a streamer one day. That's the little Felix I was mentioning earlier. Does he know you are? Yeah, he does. I honestly don't get why people even want children. All they do is add extra financial strain on people's already struggling wallets, and it's also very, very shit for women's health. Uh, that nobody ever talks about. I think I think that the part about women's health is a lot more meaningful than the other right now. I don't know. I think people okay, don't say rare Zajef is positive about women moments, okay? Stop that. Stop that. What was I saying? I was about to say something, but I got fucking rage baited. Fuck. God damn it. To be honest, I always thought you're gay. Yeah. Well, it is what it is, man. It's because I don't have the like toxic masculinity part that a lot of straight people have. And this one isn't even about toxic masculinity because like conservatives do it too. But like making gay jokes about the homies is just like a major part of bonding between men. Like that's how it is across the whole political spectrum. And that paired with the lack of toxic masculinity gives a lot of people the impression that you're gay. But no, I am not gay. Why not? My bad, man. Yet? You gotta find the right guy, true. Coming out as straight, I'm proud of you, thanks. He isn't gay but still hates women, why? I don't know, man. Would you date a chatter? No. No. I would not. Like straight up, if I go on a like fifth date with someone and I learn that they've been watching me since before we met, I'm saying we're never seeing each other again. Fuck if I learn at the altar that they've been watching me since before we met, I'm running away. You don't want to tell your partner that you stream? That's not that. It's that the power dynamics that come from like someone who works in entertainment and someone who, I don't want to say consumes, but whatever, consumes that entertainment, are just really uncomfortable for me. You wouldn't want your significant other to watch your stream. That's a different thing. Like if it's after we start dating, that's different. Would you date an OnlyFans girl? I don't actually know. Like my gut reaction is I wouldn't want to, but I'm not like morally opposed to it. Maybe I'd be able to like wrap my mind around it. I'm not sure. I wouldn't want to date a sex worker who actually engages in sexual activities with other people. But I do think it's different if it's like a solo thing, you know? Would you date someone non-binary? That's also a good question. Because I feel like my criteria for whether I'd want to date someone are inherently very gendered. And I would only really want to date someone if I perceive them as a woman. But I feel like that's so disrespectful to someone who's non-binary. So I feel like I wouldn't be able to have a healthy relationship with someone who's non-binary. If they're okay with my perception of them being warped in that way, then I wouldn't really have a problem with it. But I feel like I wouldn't be able to know for sure that they are okay, right? Even if they say they are, like that's not real confirmation. And like being in a relationship where the very perception that your partner has of you feels like an attack on your identity just doesn't sound healthy at all. Right? Like this guy has godly PR training. Dude, it's actually crazy how just not being a fucking terrible person it helps at like being PR trained or whatever. I don't know, man. feet isn't winning, I guess we are lying today. Okay, chat, like, jokes aside, is a foot fetish actually, like, that popular? Like, are there that many people that have that? Because I feel like it's played up. I feel like a lot of its popularity is just a meme. Me, I love my girlfriend's feet. Okay, man. I guess I did ask, but like, man. It's like saying being gay is just people pretending. No, it's not. Because, like, if we were to compare it 1-to-1, right? The comparison would be to people saying they're attracted to a man. And, like, yeah, a lot of people who aren't gay will say, I am attracted to this man as a joke very often, actually. Kinks and fetishes and sexuality are a different thing. Yeah, but there's also. There is some overlap. But things get complicated, you know? What's the difference between a kink and a fetish? Uh Kink is more fun to say. Fetish sounds like lettuce. I don't know. I actually don't know. Is there a difference? Holy. A lot of single people in chat. Yeah, I guess if you weren't single, you wouldn't be here. That's true. Fetish has implied negative connotation. Does kink not have that? I guess it's less negative. Do you have a girlfriend? No. I actually haven't dated since I started streaming. Because you don't go outside. Don't call me out like that, man. Don't call me out like that, man. I am married to my future 50 CV goblet. Yeah. So what are your kinks and fetishes? See, chat, that's where I draw the line. Okay? I'm completely comfortable with talking about sexuality conceptually. Because honestly, it's not really weird. Like, sex is a thing that exists and that people do. Have. I guess have would be the whatever. And, like, we don't need to pretend like it doesn't exist in spaces that are meant for people of all ages, right? Uh, all ages above 13, or whatever the fuck the age requirement for Twitch is, right? But, like, I do think that more, like, personalized, like, anecdotal experience with sex is something that should be reserved for places meant for adults. So it's not something I want to get into on stream. This reroll advice took a turn. True, actually. I also think that, like, even if it's not about people being minors or not, it's nice to have a clear distinction between, like, spaces that aren't sexual and spaces that are. Ziox moaning every 10 minutes. Where does that count? That's a good question, actually. No, I don't think that really counts as a sexual space. Honestly, you want to know what the, like, what the benchmark should be? It should be, streamer, your parents watch your stream. How much are you comfortable saying? That's what the benchmark should be. Your mom was in chat before. My mom doesn't have a Twitch account. So she's never been in chat. But she does watch my stream relatively often. My family thinks I'm in an online class when you're in Excel mode. True. Do you rage bait your mom often? I learned rage baiting from my mom, man. I'm not the one doing the rage baiting in our relationship. All moms are pro rage faders. Yeah, it's just an innate part of parenthood, I think. Circle right back to parenting. True. Bro is not breaking the cycle. Nope. Well, at least I won't be a rage baiting mom. I'll be a rage baiting dad. I think. Who knows what the future has in store for us, though? Do you have pets? No. I've lived with pets before. I guess technically I have had a pet before. We had a cat when I was like 6. She drowned. Um how? Um we think that she got in a fight with another cat and she lost. Okay, I shouldn't be laughing, but like I think the she lost it. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I was very young at the time, so but were you fighting on? Oh no, I mean we didn't fucking witness it. She just like she was found in a neighbor's pool. She was pretty old. I like to think she had a good life. Anyways, um, my roommates when I moved into an apartment for the first time had pets. Started with one dog and two cats, turned into two dogs and two cats later on. The hair is so bad, yeah, it is. But it was worth it, man. It was fun. I definitely miss it a little bit. Are you a cat or a dog person? I don't know, honestly. I used to be a dog person, but maybe I'm a cat person now. I like both, honestly. Dogs are more work. They are. Yeah. Do you agree that men who hate cats are red flags because they don't like things they can't control? I mean, I don't agree with that causal relationship, but I do think that people who hate any animals for a reason other than trauma generally are a red flag. Yeah. I'm scared of dogs because I grew up around too many untrained dogs. Yeah, like that's reasonable. That to me, that's a reasonable reason not to like pets. But if someone just thinks that like cats are cringe, so they hate them, I think that is a red flag. Yeah. I'm scared of women. Is it because there was too many untrained women where you when you grew up? Is that why? Is that why you're bringing that up right now? Like, what do you mean, man? What? Like, anyways, sorry. Don't clip that out of context, please. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. Ah, fuck. Yeah, that one chatter that said, oh, wow, he's so PR trained earlier. Maybe I'm not, actually. Oh, I think I wanna keep the vibe of like not Genshin questions though. I feel like we don't have like intermissions that are not really related to Genshin that often anymore. I kind of miss it. Anything to dodge IT? Yeah, you're kind of right actually. I miss the political stuff. I kind of don't, honestly. I'm just so jaded at this point. I feel like so much of like the Western political sphere right now is literally just actually black and white in terms of morality. That discussion about it kind of feels meaningless and sad. Try discussing Eastern politics. I mean, I don't know if that's much better. Like, I recently heard about that Japanese politician that has really high approval rating because they're really racist. And like, I'm not, that doesn't really make me happy. So like, I don't know, man. Maybe that's why people have fucking gacha wars, actually. Maybe gacha tribalism is just a form of of escapism from real world politics. Well, like when you look at it that way, maybe it's not that bad actually. What is your opinion on the upcoming economic decline of South Korea? What is an upcoming economic decline? Like, did who declared there was going to be an upcoming economic decline? what do you have in store for South Korea, man? Uh... What are you gonna do to them, man? He's in the government, he knows stuff. Korea leakers. He's talking about the aging population. I don't know. I feel like so much of the negative impact uh of like declining birth rates is just a skill issue. Like there are so many jobs out there that are just so meaningless and that don't do anything right now. Like, how many people show up to work just to cosplay working adult for 8 hours and then just go back home? Or I guess in South Korea, cosplay being a working adult for 12 hours and then go back home. Like, so much of the economy is just people making up things so that they can have work to do, I feel. Maybe I'm just really JS as a streamer. I mean, you're not wrong. Like, you're not completely wrong. But like, I feel like the increase in efficiency for production in general that came with like the end of industrialization and what came after has like created a world where we kind of need to make up jobs. And declining birth rates just aren't a real problem if you just stop making up jobs. Maybe that's a like maybe that's a stupid oversimplified view of the world, but it's not a problem I care enough about to actually research. And I also think that it's funny to think about it that way. So I'm not particularly interested in counter arguments. You know? I feel like sometimes it's okay not to have an educated opinion on something. And you won't stop me from yapping. Questionable take. Okay, sorry. How would you solve overpopulation? Uh, Mandated vasectomies. True. You know, I read at some point that they were that people were researching forms of birth controls that were similar to like contraceptive pills for men. and that pretty much all of that research ended up being shelved because the side effects were too uncomfortable for men, even though it was the same side effects as the side effects for the pill for women. But like, I don't know if that was rage bait or if that was true. I believe it, but like, I didn't fact check it, so I don't know. But like, emotionally, that sounds like it would be true. You know? We need to populate more, not less. Do we though? I feel like if I ask you why, like why do we need to do that, and you tell me why you think you need to do that, and I ask you why you think that that goal is something that is good, and we keep going until we get to the root cause of your belief, we're gonna get to racism. If we have an aging population, then we will not have enough workers. For what? Enough workers for what? For the economy to function? Me when I clock in the on Monday morning at my 9 to 5 at the economy. Like, you're right that the current system has a need for a certain amount of workers, but like, why do we need to stick to that? The current system is a result of a progression over time of production becoming more and more efficient until you get to produce enough without everyone being a worker. And then you gotta fucking make some jobs up so that the people who aren't workers don't feel like they're not doing anything. But like, I don't know, man. That's the best possible system, though. I mean, it's the best possible system if the made up jobs aren't fucking necessary to survive, right? Like, when you have a system that doesn't need that many workers to produce enough for everyone, and you do produce enough for everyone, but a lot of people end up not getting what they need to survive because they don't do any of the made up jobs. I don't think that's the perfect system, no. Name some made up jobs. You are talking to a streamer, man. Like, listen, buddy. I mean, I say that, but like, that's a joke. I actually don't think a streamer is as much of a made up job as some of the as like pretty much anything that has to do with Wall Street. No credit cards, no mortgages, no retirement savings, no investing without Wall Street people. I feel like you don't realize that like those things are necessary because of Wall Street. Like we live in a world where the impact of the financial system that exists are accepted as natural and normal, which makes a lot of the Wall Street jobs feel like they're necessary. But they're not, right? Like, they're made up jobs that came from the system that was created. But the system is very outdated, right? Like I don't think even staunch defenders of capitalism would say that the system has kept up with technological advances. Like the system is outdated. Yeah, exactly, right? Like the reason why those jobs are necessary is because those jobs go out of their way to make themselves necessary. But like if you have a decline in population and people stop going into those jobs and instead go into jobs that are actually necessary, after some restructuring, there won't be a single problem. At least, okay, there won't be a single problem is a very strong statement. People will still die sometimes. Cancer might still exist. But, like, you know what I mean, right? And, like, I'm not saying, yes, hello, government, close Wall Street down right now. Right? What I'm saying is that a decline in birth rate is only a problem because of social constructs that originated from the birth rate not being a problem. It's an issue that'll solve itself if the birth rate doesn't if the birth rate keeps declining. It's not, like, in my opinion, an actual problem. Like, sure, declines in birth rate may lead to, like, internationally your country's power declining. But it is what it is. Like I feel like the countries, as far as as I'm aware, right? Like maybe there's some declining birth rates in places I'm not aware of, But I feel like the places I hear about having declining birth rates tend to be the fucking global north that have benefited so much internationally historically that, like, if they take one L or two, it's not even going to be anywhere close to balancing things out. So does it really matter? Like, you can afford one or two L's, man. I agree with you, but you're oversimplifying it to an absurd degree. I mean, yeah, I am. Of course I am. Do you think military related jobs are made up? I mean, they're like a handshake type thing. Military jobs are necessary because other countries have military jobs. And I think that national interests make that a lot more of a challenge to dismantle than other sorts of jobs. And they weren't made up to begin with. Like, they weren't made up from the start like Wall Street jobs, you know? Anyways. Next. Fuck it. Anyone still has their copy paste? Yeah. Someone. Okay. Zabai build. Is it worth rerolling Flower to not overcap crit with Harbinger? Build is on Noel. This was Stel underscore QT. Well, build is on Noel. So Zabai was crit damage ascension, right? So it's plus 28. So we're at 68. You're not capped. Are you using Ilua? I guess if you're using Ilua, you're capped, right? Okay, so it's 78 with C6 Ilua? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. The biggest problem with rerolling Flower is that rerolling to target defense or EM just feels really bad. But if you're rerolling while targeting crit rate, then, like, you're not fucking doing shit, right? Yeah, I mean, it actually might be a keep farming angle, but like these artifacts are like actually good though, so maybe not. I don't know, because I feel like the only real way you're improving this build is by rolling a lot of crit damage on this. You know, okay, you want to know what the actual real play is? Don't fucking play Itlua. You won't be overcapped then. That's a real play. Itlua is kind of a fraud even without overcapping on crit. What if I'm pulling until C6 Itlua? I mean, it's still not that good. Like, C6 Itlua is a minor upgrade to your alternatives. But if you're overcapped by fucking 8%, he's a downgrade. I might get Sig. Who knows? What JoJo part is your favorite? Yeah, that's a very topical and related question. But part four. Part four is definitely my favorite. I'm not a manga reader. I've heard that part 7 is very good. Um but as an anime watcher, I like part 4 the most by far. If I were to order them from best to worst, it would be 4, 5, 2 and 6 tied, then 1, then 3. 4, 5, 3. Okay, anyone who puts 3 anywhere higher than last is actually just fucking rage baiting. Do you have ADHD? Listen, okay? You can think that something is bad because the pacing is dog shit, even if you don't have ADHD, okay? But no, I don't have ADHD. I don't think I have ADHD. I don't have an ADHD diagnosis. I do take ADHD meds, but it's not for ADHD. For what, bro? I don't really understand it, but it's for depression. Don't fucking ask me, man. I'm not the psychiatrist that prescribed the fucking meds, okay? Anyways. What was I saying before I got so rudely interrupted by someone asking me if I had ADHD? I forgot. Jojo. Right. What was I saying about Jojo? Jojo Part 3? Yeah, that sucks. Oh yeah, pacing. Right, we were talking about pacing. It's just like fucking... Okay. I like... And this one's a lot more of a rage bait because this is a less... It's not rage bait, but like... This one's a lot more of a contentious take. I know a lot of people will disagree with this one, but it's also the reason why I really didn't like the Chimera Ant arc in Hunter x Hunter. The pacing is just so fucking bad, man. Talk about One Piece. Bro, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think One Piece pacing is as bad as Chimera Ant arc. Because, like, at least with One Piece, the pacing is consistently bad. With Hunter x Hunter in the Chimera Ant arc, it's like everything stops. It's like the guards yelled, "Halt!" One Piece brainwash you, it always feels bad for me pacing wise. I mean, I don't think the pacing in One Piece is good. Don't get me wrong. But I've never been as bothered by pacing as I was when I was watching the Chimera Ant arc the first time. What is Zaj's favorite anime? You know, I don't know. I feel like after letting it cook for a while, I don't like Dandadan as much. It kind of got carried by how fucking insanely good episode 7 was. So I think we're back to Apothecary Diaries. What's your favorite TV series? I don't think there's any TV show that's not anime that I like more than Apothecary Diaries. But if we're excluding anime, it's probably House, actually. I like House a lot. Usually people say something like Breaking Bad. I didn't like Breaking Bad that much. I liked Breaking Bad a lot, and then the last season happened, and I kind of just kept falling asleep to the episodes. I still haven't finished it. Because I just fall asleep to the episodes all the time. Every time I tried. Me with Prison Break? Okay, but that's different, right? Like, Prison Break is just slop. Like, Prison Break is the isekai slop of live action TV. That's what you gotta understand. Better Call Saul is very good too. I liked Better Call Saul more than I liked Breaking Bad, actually. Have you watched a new Chainsaw Man movie? Buddy, I haven't even watched the Chainsaw Man anime. I read Chainsaw Man when the anime was announced, and that's it. Psych? Okay, you're kind of onto something with that one. Psych is also a fucking omega banger. But it's old. Like, I don't think Psych aged that well. You know another show I really liked? This one is more like rose-tinted glasses of nostalgia, but I really liked Merlin. Merlin was my goat, man. Like many of you guys know that I learned or a lot of my English language skills came from raging at people in League. But what a lot of you guys don't know is that, I mean, at the end of the day, right, like you need to have some exposure to it before you can type it. And the initial exposure I had to the English language was Merlin. It was watching Merlin on TV with the French subtitles on. I think that's why I don't really have any like region specific accent most of the time. Like every once in a while there's a word where like I just don't know how you say it, so like I sound like a fucking idiot and you can tell English isn't my first language. But like outside of those instances, it's pretty hard to tell I'm not a native English speaker most of the time, right? And I don't really have a region specific accent. And I think the main reason to that is because I was exposed, like my first exposure to the English language was British TV. Then I had Canadian English class, and then American TV. And like all of those influences kind of mixed together in a very nondescript accent. Why did you choose to start streaming in English even though the French community is big on Twitch? I just like speaking English more than French. I think the French language kind of sucks, actually. Not as a haha frig the French meme. I don't actually like the French language very much. It's just, eh. Are you fluent in both? I mean, yeah. Maybe it's not the case nowadays anymore, but like back when I used French very often, I was much more fluent in French than I am in English. Like my French has kind of fallen off, but my French at its peak was a much more like my vocabulary in my French as at its peak was way more expanded, sorry, than my English vocabulary. Yeah, I was a lot more eloquent, but it's not really eloquence. It's also just knowledge. Like eloquence refers to like your ability to convey your thoughts, but it's not just. It wasn't just that. Like I also just knew a lot more words. Switch to French for 1 minute. I don't want to. English is my first and only language, and I just found out today a word I use is completely made up. Are you talking about cromulent? But yeah, the like, how do I say it? Even the perception of the French language as a beautiful language is something that just does not exist when you're from Quebec. Like it's because the Quebec accent just sounds so ugly. It sounds ugly and angry. Is it like Dutch to German comparison? You think I can tell Dutch apart from German? Maybe. Dutch is a fake language. Oh yeah, wait, is Dutch the language that has the really funny words? It is, right? Okay, yeah. Maybe I can recognize it actually. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I'm seeing some Dutch in chat and you're like, yeah, those words are funny. I don't know if I'd be able to recognize it like spoken out loud though. Remember Brave Skirkenara speaking to her? Oh yeah, okay, no, you're right. That's funny spoken out loud too, actually. That's true. That's actually true, actually. Okay, yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good point. I heard French Canadians use church items as swear words. Is that true? Yes, but also no. Like, factually, yes. But like those terms are not really used to refer to the church items. And like Quebec is a very laicized region. Like the 60s did a fucking number on the church in Quebec. So a lot of people's literally only exposure to those words is uh as profanity. Like, I've only... Okay, I didn't even know Chalice was from Chalice until I read the name of Chalice of Harmony in League of Legends in 2014. That's when it clicked for me. Because that word's just not used, man. So, like, yes, they are technically church words, but, like, people don't really associate them with the church when they swear. Like, they don't swear in an attempt to commit blasphemy. They just swear the same way people say fuck. Is Quebec a good tourist spot? No. I think Montreal specifically isn't bad. But, like, the people in Quebec outside of Montreal are very xenophobic. Like, do not visit Quebec as someone who doesn't speak French outside of Montreal. You will not have a good time. Where's that one Me Prenons video? True. That is a good one. Is it kind of a racist state? I've heard rumors. I mean, kind of. But, like, it's less racism and more xenophobia. Like, people in Quebec won't hate you because you're black. They'll hate you because you don't speak French. Love equal opportunity hating. True. It's a language problem. It's a culture thing. And an identity thing. People from Quebec do not speak French. Listen, just because it sounds like a different language doesn't mean that it's not French, okay? Yeah, we can stall. We haven't done the stall yet. Sure. We stare. We pound. Shall we zilch? Maybe not. Um... Dro... Can't be drone. Is there another droll? That has two L's, right? It can't be E at the end anyways. Fuck. Chat. This is not a reference to JoJo Part 3, chat. I'm just thinking, okay? Read. That's just fucking zilch, man. Whatever. Okay. Is this a word? Is this a word? What the fuck, man? Decor. That's a word. Yeah. Holy shit. Crazy word. That's 200 guesses in 4. That's crazy. I hate my life. Image, comma, need, damp, lick, a game, plead. Okay, that's not bad. We take those, actually. aware. Everyone hated Wordle that day? Nah, it was fine for me. I think that's just a skill issue on your part. Another 30. Kinda, right? Feels like less than 30, actually. Like, let's just guess a 30, man. So 330. I feel like it's probably like 333, but no, it was 330. I need to guess more. Like, I feel like sometimes I don't want to commit, right, with the angle. Like, I think that it's like an exact like multiple of 10, and then I'm like, but it's not going to be a multiple of 10, so maybe it's a little less than that or a little more than that, and I always end up missing because of that. I need to commit more. Anyways, we committed there and it worked out very easy. Do I know this? Yes, that's Parasite. Who is that? Is that the main? That's not the main character, right? There's no way. Why does he look like that, man? Whatever. This is gonna be a fucking isekai, isn't it? Shit, which is that the assassin one? I think it's the assassin one, but I'm not sure. Nah, I'm gonna fuck. What's it called though? It would be this one, I think, but I'm not sure if it is this one. I think it is though. Yeah, isekai equal no, easy fucking clap. Okay, I don't know. I have no clue. This is not an isekai, so I don't know it. GG. Astronaut. Okay. Not bad, honestly. I got carried by the isekai equal no today. Holy shit. Oh boy. Okay, well, I'm gonna. Wait, is there more than one? Whatever. Dude, what the fuck is his name again? What the fuck is his name again, man? I don't remember his name. That's from fuck. Which rom-com swap was this? I think it was this one. Yeah, okay. Right, that was his name. Okay, whatever. Okay, don't judge me, okay? It's an isekai equal known, okay? His name was like Benny Maru or some shit. That looks like it's from a show that has witch in its name. Maybe it's Little Witch Academia, I think. Fuck! Benny Maru was a different one, but we got Little Witch Academia, so I'll take that. Fuck, okay. Was Benny Maru the fucking red one? That's the red one? Yeah, okay. Damn. That's not how you write combatants? Okay. Well, that's fine. Dude, I don't remember what his name was, man. Do I know? I don't think I know any of the other ones. Yeah, I was never gonna remember this shit. Alright. We'll take that, I guess. Not great, but not awful. Chat, time for you to help me out. Manga, recent, score higher than 7.3. Let's look at Freerun. Okay. Fantasy manga, not drama, not adventure, could be isekai slop. Higher than 7.3 after 2018, I don't think it could be isekai slop. Eminence and Shadow. Oh, it could be, actually. Eminence is light novel? Oh, you're right. Probably. Fire Force? Is that higher than 7.3? Is that fantasy? I feel like it's more supernatural than fantasy, but maybe it is fantasy. I don't know. I'm actually really curious. It... What? Oh. Okay. Um. Well, I guess it's not supernatural. It's sci-fi and fantasy. I don't know about sci-fi for Fire Force, man. That's fake. That's gotta be fake. Nah, that's gotta be fake, man. Okay, whatever. Are we in the VOD? No, we're fine. Fuck. I know I'm supposed to know this, but I don't. So, okay. I know for a fact that this is from one of those shows that chat will get angry at me for not recognizing, because it's one of those shows that are really popular but that I haven't watched. So what are those shows that are really popular but I haven't watched? There's Evangelion. There's what else is there? Could this be Evangelion? Maybe. Do I wanna send it? Cause like if I look at the video clue, I know for a fact that I'll know what it is. Right? But I feel like at this point, I should recognize it. Because we've had this opening a few times already. So I'm gonna fucking send a guess without... Yes! Okay, easy clap. I'm so good. Holy shit. You said you would commit. I did say I would commit. You're right. It was the right choice. I'm glad I did. All right. Yeah, I've never heard this before. I guess I have heard this before. Okay, my bad. Like, sorry. Okay, my bad. I do not remember ever hearing this though. That's crazy. Chat, if we get this one, we get a 50k, by the way. They say they said killer Hikaru. So what if this is that summer Hikaru died? Cuz there's Hikaru and death in the title and they say killer Hikaru. Surely. Surely. Surely, right? Okay, I don't think it's that. Shit. Which one is that? Okay. Do I even know this one? I might not. I don't think I know this one. Why does it look so slow, man? Why does it look so fucking like I've never seen a sports anime that made the sport look like it was in slow motion like this before. Like aren't sports animes supposed to make the sport look cool and fun? Like Okay, well, the only two baseball anime I know are Ace of Diamonds and Major. But like I'm pretty sure it's not either of those. I guess I don't know what the fuck Major looks like. So maybe it could be that, but probably not. What if there's baseball in the title? The Baseball Girls. I somehow don't quite think that's right. Um Maybe there's like pitcher in the title. Mermaid Melody Peachy Peachy Pitch. I do think that's a bit more likely, but I don't want to lock it in just yet. Yeah, I don't know, man. I know it's not this, but whatever. Okay, big wind up. Yeah, okay, cool. Well, 45k today. That's not bad, you know. Please do yesterday's Anidol too. All right, sure, I'm down. Do I know this? I don't know. That's not helpful. That's is that helpful? No, that's not helpful. Yeah, I have no clue. Oh. Oh, okay. Is that the fuck? I think. Wait, I think I know this one. That's the. I don't fuck. What's it called? Shit, what's it called? Fuck. It's the one where they like. I don't even know what it is. Actually, I don't know what the fuck kind of sport it is. But I know what it is. But like I don't. But like I do. I don't know what it's called though. I fucking forgot. Keijo. Right. Whatever, man. Um. Yeah, I don't know this at all either. Dude, okay, that's a 0. Well, that's fine. It's okay. That's okay. I think I know this one. Oh my god. Gara of the Desert. I thought it was Gara of the Sand, actually. Wait, that's crazy. I got taught. I don't know any of the other ones. Oh, that's Gintama. Huh. Cool. I don't remember what her name is. That's the girl that gets sexually harassed every episode in Seven Deadly Sins. I don't remember what her name is though. Elizabeth, right? Chad, I'm cooked. I don't know any of these. Really? Whatever. Whatever, man. Well, this is not a good start. Holy shit. Gore manga, a high score, old. Um, a score lower than 8.6. Action fantasy. No adventure, no drama, no horror. No horror is interesting. Any guesses, chat? Tokyo Ghoul? Maybe. No. That has horror. Same year, worse. What? What do we do? Berserk? We already guessed Berserk, and that's not... Yeah. Mirai Nikki? Maybe. No. Completely stupid guess, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Sword Art Online? No way. That's no. Sorry. Okay. Seven Deadly Sin? I don't think that's gore. Parasite? That's not lower than 7.8. No fucking way. Akame Kill? Maybe. Yeah, good guess. Good guess. Well done, chatter. Alright, time for this part now. Fuck, what is this? He's about to start, yeah. Is that Death Note? That's Death Note, I think. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm glad I recognized it. Thank God. Yeah, I don't know. That's gonna be a fucking video clue unlock. Ah. You know, maybe I would have been fine without the video clue for this one, because I watched this pretty recently. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, okay. This I don't know, man. Tegami Bachi. Okay. Well, my bad, I guess. Okay. 27,000. Acceptable. Chat, I think that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow, Zabai pre-release. Probably. Oh, and IT. Right. I actually need to do IT tomorrow. Maybe we'll play some Undertale too. I don't know. We'll see. Uh, I don't really want to raid anyone today. I think I'll just see you guys tomorrow.